right. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that you're watching and you're tuned into Afriq 24-hour TV. Of course, it's a wonderful Monday. That's the first day of our weekdays or the working days. And I'm glad that you're watching and you've tuned into Afriq 24-hour TV. This is our daily open political talk show, a talk show that gives you an opportunity to interact with the Kenyan politics. And of course, at Afriq 24-hour, we are connecting you with African stories. Welcome on board. Welcome on board. And today we have a lot that we're going to look at. We have a lot that has happened in this country, in our political landscape, and we have to weigh on each of them. So I'll be your host today, as usual, Leo Nyabaya, and I welcome everyone on board. And if you are viewing or you're following for the first time, kindly, I do request that you subscribe to our channel. That is Afriq 24-hour YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and search for Afriq 24-hour. Subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and share with your friends and relatives. That's the only way you can be able to support this program. And if you're joining this show today, I also advise you that you start by liking the video and sharing with friends and relatives so that they can also be part of this conversation. So if you wish to join me in the studio, I'm going to share the StreamYard link that will direct you to the studio so that you can be part of this conversation. I and other panelists who are going to be present here, I will take you through some of the things that are happening in this country. And top of our story today, we are trying to compare the Nadco report to the BBI. Remember, after the 2017 general election that was disputed, and we saw some kind of chaos or some opposition from the people who believed that they won the elections and the results were not declared in their favor. By then, they were called the NASA coalition. So these kind of activities escalated, and to cool the temperatures down, the leader of NASA coalition, Raila Amolo Odinga, had some handshake with the leader of Jubilee coalition, that was the former president, the fourth president of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So after this handshake, they initiated what was later known as the BBI, the Building Bridges Initiative, whereby members of civil societies, religious leaders, and traditional leaders, and some eminent Kenyans sat down at the Bomas of Kenya and came up with some recommendations, which were supposed to be constitutionally adopted. But unfortunately, after collecting the signatures and going through all the processes that are involved, that was supposed to initiate a referendum, this kind of initiative was thwarted when the courts declared it null and void, because they said that they did not follow the constitution to the letter when they were initiating this kind of program. So that went. There are so many recommendations that were made in BBI that we'll be looking at later. And we had another elections in 2022, an election that was hotly contested, and the winner, who was declared by the IBC, had a difference of 200,000 votes. So now, Azimio coalition were also not satisfied with the elections. You know what happened? There were some demonstrations that were called off in March last year. Then after that, there was a secret meeting between Honorable Raila and William Ruto. We saw what was called the Nadco report, whereby each side of the coalition proposed to members, a commission that was co-chaired by Kimani Ichung'wah, the leader of majority, and Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who was representing the Azimio coalition, among other leaders, Eugene Wamalwa. We also had people like Kopio and I, and some other members who were nominated. So the report is out. It was officially handed over to the president and the retired former Prime Minister Raila Odinga the other day, and it is yet to be adopted because it's already been debated in the National Assembly. It's supposed to be debated in the National Assembly and in the Senate, respectively. And these leaders passionately say that it should be adopted in totality without changing anything. So the question we're asking today, is there any difference between the BBI and the Nadco? And you'll realize that most of the leaders who opposed the BBI were leaders from the Mount Kenya region. And some of them, including Wamuchomba, have come out regretting why they opposed BBI. And BBI had something called one man, one shilling, one vote, one man, one shilling, one vote, that was supposed to benefit the counties or the places that are heavily populated compared to the other one. So they're really regretting that the Nadco report is just another version of BBI, but is not favoring Mount Kenya. So these are some of the things that you're going to look at. So I need to know your views, your feeling on the Nadco report. And do you think that there's a difference between Nadco report and the BBI? So welcome on board. If you're joining me for the first time, I can see good years already there. Karibu sana, karibu sana. And to our Muslim brothers and sisters, as they begin the holy month of Ramadan. This is the month of fasting. I wish them Ramadan Karim, and may Allah answer their prayers and take away your sins if you faithfully fast during this month of Ramadan. So welcome on board. So before we start the conversation, I've said I've already shared on the comment section a link that will lead you to the studio. I want to play just this video so that we can be able to get to know what we are going to discuss today. So you can listen to this.
With the ODM party leader Raila Odinga remaining the constant factor of this political equation. The report by the Kimani Ichung'wah and Kalonzo Musyoka-led committee proposes to, among other things, create the leader of official opposition's office with 2 deputies, and who will come from the party or coalition that comes second in a general election, and the office of the Prime Minister to be appointed by the President, who will go through parliamentary vetting. A proposal that reflects one that was fronted by the BBI, which recommended a hybrid architecture of government, and which proposed the creation of Prime Minister's office with 2 deputies, and the office of Leader of Official Opposition, which was put to a halt by the courts that declared the bill unconstitutional. The constitution of the committee came against the backdrop of opposition protests over the high cost of living, an agenda that led to fundamental differences between the government and opposition, the state rejecting the scrapping of the housing levy and the lessening of value-added tax on petroleum products.
It's by now clear to everyone that the cost of living was not the only issue that took us to the table for negotiations. Indeed, it was our main issue as the meal, but there are other issues as well, which are in public domain. And it's an issue we are going to revisit time and again, and one way or the other, okay? So I don't think Kenyans should really lose hope on this matter.
We did not do justice to the single most important issue that Kenyans expected us to. That is the cost of living. And my conscience couldn't allow me to append my signature. My conscience couldn't also allow me to receive payment for a job that was half-baked. And many of my colleagues have acknowledged that the report was faulty, the report was deficient, the report was half-baked.
A number of opposition protesters were killed during the protests. This, accompanied by tough political rhetoric from all sides of the political divide, who, after all, are friends again.
And therefore, as pragmatic Kenyan patriots, you are left with the question as to whether to throw the baby with the bathwater. So the question was, do we agree on this, that we have been able to come to an understanding about, or because we have disagreed on the issue of the cost of living, we reject everything and we go back to square one?
But somehow, because of other considerations, we gave in. Now we have opened the floodgates. When these floods come in, after the Finance Bill 2024 is passed, going by the budget policy statement, Kenyans are going to feel the pinch. Kenyans are going to ask us, why didn't you fight for us at Bomas?
It bears all the hallmarks of the Building Bridges initiative. At the heart of the National Dialogue Committee report are far-reaching proposals that could force constitutional changes. This, in an attempt to complete a quest the BBI did not. And so begins the BBI sequel. And as the saying goes, If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it probably is a duck. Ayub Abdikadir, Citizen TV.
Thank you so much. I think you've gotten the brief comparison between the BBI, the brief comparison between the BBI and Nadco. So Nadco report, or the report that was tabled in the parliament, and has also been tabled, have also been shared to the two principals, that is Raila Odinga and William Ruto, has got more similarities to the BBI, and that is what we want to look at today. Is it that this is just another version of BBI? And if it's another version of BBI, why are we saying that Mount Kenya are regretting opposing this kind of report that is going to be tabled? Because why they're regretting opposing the BBI? Remember, the BBI was also formed, or it was also a product of a similar event like what happened last year when there was a stallment after some people believed that the elections were not declared in their favor. Things were not done according to how they felt they ought to have been done. So because of the demonstrations that were seen and to cool down the temperatures and ensure that the country gets governable, the president and the leader of the Azimio coalition saw it fit for them to sit down and cease fire, and decided to come up with a team of people who were supposed to look into so many things that were involved in the electoral processes. So you'll find that one of them, you'll find that these guys were to propose on the agenda item of each one of the agenda items. The most important agenda item, according to Kenyans, was the cost of the living. And it came out that the cost of the living was not addressed in this report, and they recommended that what is going to happen is that the cost of living is going to be addressed by the government in power, and this is one of the reasons why most Kenyans are going for the demonstration. So if you look at the preface of, maybe I'll just take you through the preface of the report, which tells you some of the things that were supposed to discuss. I'll not talk of the members who are present in the discussion, because that is in public domain. So these are some of the things that were supposed to be looked at. It was called the statement of issues. So the statement of issue talks of the committee framed and prioritized the following issues for negotiation and dialogue. Number one, the electoral justice and related matters, which included the restructuring and reconstitution of the IEBC and the IEBC. They also had to talk about what is called the boundaries delineation. Remember, there's some constituencies that are supposed to be scrapped off, and there's some constituencies that are supposed to be divided. And there's also proposal of some other counties, of which I think you're going to look at it. Among the things that were supposed to discuss here was the audit of the 2022 presidential elections. That thing that the Azimio followers keep on talking of, called opening the server. So in this case, opening the server, it doesn't talk of just opening the server, but it talks of the audit of the 2022 presidential election. Then they also had to talk of the outstanding constitutional matters, whereby Article 43 of the Constitution that allows things like demonstrations. They're also supposed to talk of the cost of living and related issues, implementation of the 2/3 gender rule, and you're going to realize there's some proposals that they are made to ensure that we achieve the 2/3 gender rule. Governance issues, including promotion, national unity and inclusivity in public appointments, adequate checks and balances, fidelity to the political parties or coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy. Remember, when this thing happened, there are some members who were in Azimio who had already crossed over and joined the Kenya Kwanza. For example, during the elections, there were parties like the MDG, the Movement for Democracy and Growth. There was this party called the UDM, the United Democratic Movement. So their members already shifted camps and joined the Kenya Kwanza coalition after realizing that that's the coalition that was declared as the winners of the 2022 general election. We also had some individuals who deserted their parties, like the members of the Jubilee, people like Sabina Chege, people like Kanini Kega, and some MPs like Kenan. They'd already crossed over to the other side. So this one was bringing a lot of problem, deciding on which side is majority and which side is minority. That is why these guys say to sit down and see how they're going to come up with some of the recommendations to deal with the party loyalty. Members of ODM, people like Jalango, the Langata MP, the Game MP, Elisha Ochieng, and among other members of parliament had already been accused of moving or shifting camps. They're also supposed to talk of entrenching funds into the constitution. Remember, the senators want what is called the Senate Fund. The MCAs also want the MCA development or the ward development funds and such kind of things. So they also had to talk of entrenching the funds in the constitution. The National Government Constituencies Development Fund, this is something that was declared illegal in the court of law. So they had to ensure that they get ways of putting it back into the constitution so that it can be legalized. The National Government Affirmative Action Fund is a fund that is given to the women reps, and the Senate Oversight Fund. So senators also need some funds that they can be used in oversighting both the national and the county government. Another thing that was also described was also supposed to be discussed with the establishment and entrenchment of state offices. So the state offices here, they proposed the office of the leader of official opposition and the office of the prime cabinet secretary. Remember, Musalia Mudavadi is in the office. He is called the chief cabinet secretary, but that thing is not in the Kenyan constitution. So they wanted it to be entrenched in the constitution. So when you look at these kind of discussions and these kind of proposals, and you compare it vis-a-vis the BBI, you'll find that they're more or less similar. BBI proposed for the position of a prime minister, which in this case is replaced by the office of the prime cabinet secretary. BBI also proposed that we should not have something called the winner takes it all. They were supposed to come up with a hybrid. Remember, we are having a presidential and a parliamentary system of government. We are having a system of government currently whereby if you lose elections, then you don't have any opportunity to be part of the government. Part of the government simply means in the government you're having three arms: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. So in other countries, they are having a system of government whereby you can't vie as a president and at the same time vie as a senator or vie as a member of parliament, whereby if you lose the presidency, you'll still find yourself in the National Assembly or in the Senate representing your people. But that is not happening in Kenya according to the 2010 constitution. Here is when you contest as a president, that is the only seat. If you lose it, that is the end of it. So the BBI proposed that they need to do away with what is called the winner takes it all. They also proposed, I've said, the office of the prime cabinet secretary, which is supposed to represent the prime minister. But this BBI received a lot of opposition. It received a lot of opposition from the former deputy president, who happens to be the current president. So the question that people are asking, why would we oppose the BBI and come up with something similar to it? Why would Kenyans oppose BBI and come up with something similar to the BBI? Then why was it not easy for them just to accept the BBI instead of opposing it? So I just want to take you back to some time when the BBI issue was something that was mostly debated. I want to take you back to it, and I want to give you some sound note that was made by the deputy president then, who really opposed the BBI to an extent that people even heckled him. Yeah, so I want to listen to that.
Waheshimiwa manaibu wa rais wa zamani, Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka na Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, maspika wetu wa bunge la Senate na bunge la kitaifa, viongozi wote, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I want to say that I hope, Mheshimiwa Raila, you are not referring to me as a bourgeois. But I want to agree with you. I want to agree with you that we have a mischievous media sometimes, not all the times. On a day as important as this, when you have a headline saying Raila Odinga says he's going to run in 2022, they are trying to reduce this occasion to a matter of 2022, but we have all agreed that it is not. But on the same media, the same headline, they have said that William Ruto is coming to meet demons at Bomas. Now, I am asking myself whether there are any demons in Bomas. Or better still, maybe I can ask them, Olisikia wapi, that there are demons in Bomas. But having said that, Your Excellency, this is a very important moment in our history. Important because you have persuaded us that the making of a constitution is always work in progress, and that we must strive progressively to have a negotiated constitutional settlement, or to arrive at a place where we are all working together, building consensus. And I share fully with those sentiments. I know even as we are having this meeting and this launch of this report of the Building Bridges initiative, Your Excellency, you have persuaded us that this is a moment to look at our constitution and to find progressive amendments to our constitution. There are those who believe, yes, it's a constitutional moment, but to progressively implement the 2010 Constitution. Civil society and others think so. There are those who believe that maybe this is a moment to discuss the ravages of COVID and the reality of our economic status, especially the majority, 40% odd people of our country who live below the poverty line, and the 16 million or so young people who are unemployed. All this, Your Excellency, as you have said, and as the former Prime Minister has said here, this is a process where we can bring all our views together and listen to one another. And no idea is more superior or less superior to the other. Let me say we have a civic duty, all of us as Kenyans, to engage in this process. We do not have the luxury to say, I don't care. We do not have the luxury to walk away. In any case, it is said that the punishment given to good people who don't participate in the politics and governance of their country, the punishment given to them is to be ruled by fools. I don't think any one of us here wants to be ruled by fools. That's why we must participate in this process. And it's our civic duty to do so. The BBI process has given us a raft of proposals for us to see, to interrogate, to improve. You did tell us, Your Excellency, that we're all free to improve on this process. And the many proposals that have been put, especially that were outlined here by Adam Solo on administrative issues, on legislative issues, I believe that since we have a forum where in parliament and in government, where we can discuss the policy, the administrative, and the legal issues in parliament, that can be interrogated in that process. Many of those issues that are administrative and that are legislative are issues mainly to do with our youth, mainly to do with how to do business, how to grow our economy. And Your Excellency, I want to say that these are very important issues. And in any case, I would add that from that list, especially on matters to do with young people, how we can assist them with higher education loans board and give them a moratorium, how they can start business. It must not be lost on us that the real problem, the real problem is that these young people are jobless. That is the real cause of all this. And that is the discussion we must have. Proposal that has been made. And I need to be persuaded, like many other Kenyans, that that is fair. On the third issue, you have heard me, I have heard you. And I think that is good progress. It's good progress. You've heard me, and I have heard you. You think it's fair? I have a different opinion. Maybe we will find a meeting ground somewhere. The third issue, the third issue, Your Excellency, is the independence of our police force. The 2010 Constitution was very clear that the police must act independently of any politicians, whether they are in government or in the opposition. To recommend that we have constitutional power to ensure that those resources are available and they are used on matters of resource allocation. Are you enhancing the participation of women, or are you downgrading the participation of women? I mean, we are having a frank and honest conversation, good people, and it's good for us to listen to one another. So if we are saying women who today are sitting in the National Assembly, where resources are being discussed, if we take them from the forum where resources are being discussed and take them to a downgraded Senate, we are making the participation of women nominal. The participation of women should be substantive, this proposal. You have said that in this proposal, we will have the president with his running mate, deputy president. They will win, or we have candidates, they will win an election. And then the president will appoint the prime minister and the two deputies from the winning coalition. And then we will have the runner-up being the leader of opposition. Now, no problem, it doesn't matter who it is. I have no problem. You know, let us not personalize, there's no problem. Now, the question I am asking myself, have we sorted out the winner take all question? Oh, is that so? So, the president from his side, like for example here, President Uhuru Kenyatta, I am here, Kimunya is the prime minister because he's the leader of majority. We have Jimmy Angwenyi, who is our deputy, as a deputy prime minister, and maybe Maoka Maore as one of the deputies. So What happens to the whole NASA brigade together with Musalia and all these other people? I mean, and I am not saying anything. I'm just saying I want to be persuaded. Discussion on inclusivity about a 16th century tool called the wheelbarrow. Millions of citizens in the 21st century are still dependent on the wheelbarrow and mokokoteni. That is the discussion we need to have.
I'm just trying to bring you back to the discussion that was there. By then, that is the discussion on the BBI. So you had the deputy president, who is currently the president, speaking. And he really opposed the BBI. But if you look at the Nadco report, the same is going to happen. We are going to have, it recommends the position of the chief cabinet secretary, who in BBI was called the prime minister. And the chief cabinet secretary is going to be appointed by the president. And it also talks of the position of the leader of the opposition, who is going to have 2 deputies. So I'm joined by Boniface Kimanzi. I'll just give him time to say hi and maybe to give his opening remarks. Boniface, we are just trying to compare the BBI to the Nadco report. Do you think they are similar or they're different? What do you think is, if they're different, what do you think is different there? And who do you think is likely to gain from the Nadco report compared to the BBI report? On the comment section, thank you so much, the people who are already commenting. I can see Esther Stall is already there. Good evening, Esther. Karibu sana. Ensure that as you like the video, you also share with the friends. Sanduku ya mwili, karibu sana. Hatuna hiyo kitu unasema. Samahani. Good year, welcome. It's a good evening. It's great seeing you at this particular discussion. And anybody who wish to join us on the studio to partake in this discussion, you can use the link that I'm sharing on the comment section. Join the studio, then we can kick it off. Boniface, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Leo.
I hope you're doing good.
I'm still struggling, but I have something to share here. So,
you don't need to struggle.
Well,
as long as you can speak, you don't need to struggle. Okay, continue.
None by me. So, what is there? BBI. I think BBI was opposed by a lot of leaders, but again, it had a lot of importances. But people, based on negativity of BBI, rather than focusing with advantages and making sure that they focus on it and they analyze it. You know, most of people, they did not read the BBI. Personally, I read the BBI and I can attest that it had some advantages. But again, the court declared it as unlawful. So I think the Nadco report here is going to benefit citizens, and also the president again knows that this one now is going to make sure that everything goes in the right direction. So I think BBI was good, and according to me, you know, this is my idea because I read this BBI. I think we should have been having this BBI because it had a lot of advantages to the citizens.
You're saying BBI was good, but if you look at the Nadco report, you'll find that most of the recommendations that have been given in Nadco are similar to what was in BBI. So what do you have to say about that? Could it be that our people rejected the other one without knowing, or it was just political?
Yeah, I can see it was political, but again, if the Nadco now, maybe they copy pasted headed to the Nadco report. So maybe now we can focus with the Nadco so that we can also have it in our country. So I think we can focus with it. People need to understand what is this thing. That is very important. We just not wake up and say that we don't want this thing, because there was mass involvement when it comes to BBI, but again, people did not read that report, and they neglected it and said that this is something that is going to mess us as the country. So Nadco is good. Yes, I have seen it, but I've not gone through it. But I think I'm going to go through it so that I can still see, unless there is copy pasting. Maybe they have copy pasted it. Yeah.
If you look at the Nadco report, I just want to give you some quick a comparison, and I'll also have to agree with Goodyear, who is saying that Nadco report and the BBI and Nadco is a carbon paper. Language matters. If you look at BBI, it proposed some additional constituencies. That is number one. Look at the recommendation that are in Nadco. It's also proposing additional constituencies, and it's also proposing some additional counties. There are some proposals that are proposing that we have additional counties, whereby if you go to a place like Busia, we'll not have one county, that is Busia County, but we're going to have an additional county for the Teso. If you go to a place like Migori, we are going to have a county called Kuria County. That kind of proposal is more similar to BBI that was proposing some extra constituencies. Again, look at the BBI. The BBI proposed the creation of a position of a prime minister and a leader of opposition. Nadco is proposing the creation of a position of a prime cabinet secretary, that is just like a prime minister, opposition leader, and 2 deputies. Remember, in BBI, they proposed a creation of a position of a prime minister and 2 deputies, whereby a prime minister and the 2 deputies will be appointed by the executive, that is the president, while the opposition leader was going to be this person who gets the second most highest vote in the presidential election. But when it comes to Nadco, it is doing different. It's proposing the creation of the position of a prime cabinet secretary who is going to be appointed by the president, and a position of a leader of opposition and the 2 deputies, and the person going to occupy this office is the person who is going to garner the second most votes. So in this case, you'll realize that these things are similar. So in the other case, you'll find that had it gone through, then the current regime, that is the Kenya Kwanza, would have been a beneficiary, because they will be appointing a prime cabinet secretary and 2 deputies. But so my question is, do you think that somebody just did not want some people to benefit from that BBI document, then they decided to oppose it, only to come up with something similar to that with less benefit to specific people? Bonfas, just a quick one.
Yeah, you know Kenyan politics are so much tricky. So they need someone who can understand them in the right way. So I think most people tried to reject it, but now since we have the Nadco and it is proposing a lot of things that matches the BBI, then we go for it, because if there is creation of some positions there that can give someone jobs, can give someone opportunities, then you go for it. I think that is okay.
Of creating jobs for some few people, and the sentiments that were made during the campaigns, we see if it is balancing. I can see there's Lutario there saying, please, do not let that. Lutario, everybody has got a right to speak, and you cannot control what somebody is speaking. And that is why in the Kenyan constitution, we are having a progressive constitution that has got a provision that enables you to have what is called freedom of speech. So freedom of speech and consciousness allows you to speak what you feel is in your mind, as long as it doesn't in any way offend somebody's constitutional right. There is no problem with that. That is why today you can hear your politician calling other politicians names and nothing happens to them, because as long as it doesn't interfere with somebody's right. Everybody is having liberty to give their own opinion. So joined with Kenya Mandamano. Kenya Mandamano, karibu sana. What we are looking at today, we are comparing this BBI and the Nadco. When you go through the Nadco report, most people will agree with me that Nadco report is just copy pasted from the BBI, but they've only decided to leave some other things. Like in the BBI, we had something that was addressing one man, one shilling, one vote, which was supposed to ensure that if you are 10 people and some people are 100, if we're distributing resources, 10 people and 100 people cannot get equal resources. If we are giving 2 loaves of bread to 10 people, we can't give 2 loaves of bread to 100 people. We have to give them 20 loaves so that it balances. So what is your take on this? Do you think that, and of course our topic is that most people from the Mount Kenya have started regretting opposing BBI only to lose in this kind of Nadco, because in terms of population, statistics show that most of their constituencies are the mostly populated, but what they are getting is less. If you look at the bursaries, you find that in Mount Kenya, there are about 30,000 students who need a bursary in a constituency. But when you go to Turkana, there are only 10. But these people are having equal amount of money. But they rejected that in BBI. But right now, Nadco is coming back with everything that was in BBI without that one for equitable distribution of resources. So karibu sana, and you can give your opening remarks.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Boniface. And even the people in the comment section, nawasalimia sana pahali popote mko wa Kenya. Tujitahidi na tuelewe Kenya ni yetu, si ya mtu mmoja. It's for everybody. Yes, Leo, I have been listening to you and I have heard all what is going on about Nadco and compared to BBI. First of all, before I talk about those two topics, nataka kuuliza, nimesikia huyo Ruto akisema habari ya wheelbarrow actually. Na hiyo
Yes.
wheelbarrow ndio alikuwa anaenda kupea watu na ndio amewapea. And he was talking about bad things about it. You see, when you play with people's life, surely, you are a very dirty and bad man to be a leader. Because you cannot be seriously laughing at those people who have been using the wheelbarrow or whatever for their own benefit. And yet you decided that you're going to use it for your benefit and confuse every Kenyan wherever they are. It's very sad. Anyway, I moved to Nadco and BBI. Leo, when you look at people in Mount Kenya, we have been talking about Tugege. And those Tugege are the one who should be blamed. Sababu ukiwa wewe ni kiongozi, uwe unaambia watu mambo ya uongo, you are to be blamed if people go wrong. People are regretting because of listening to those few Tugeges that confused them and convinced them to follow the wrong way. Ambayo ndio hiyo watu walikatana na BBI. But it never took long, Leo, for people to realize that there is something wrong they did. Ni vile tu walinyamaza wakingojea matokeo. They knew something they have committed is wrong. Their regrets right now is just because the Jambazi who is on the chair is not turning his head to them, is giving them sleepless night. That is why they are regretting. Otherwise, by then, they thought they did a good thing. But I think there are some who went and sit back and say, what did I just do? What is wrong with me? There are people who realized. Kusema kweli, ukiangalia ile mambo yote Ruto anafanya, alikuwa ana-admire what Uhuru was doing. But he did not want Uhuru to succeed. He had been the curtailing ball, curtailing sword ambayo ni ya kuharibu kila kitu ambacho kilikuwa kinaonyesha watu maendeleo ama bringing an impact to somebody's life, feeling good about it. That is what I feel. Kwa sababu mambo mingi ile Ruto anafanya honestly ni ile Uhuru alikuwa ameanzisha. Amefuatia zile vitu zote Uhuru alikuwa amesimamisha, anaenda kulaunch. Why don't you dismantle and put it yours? You know, dismantle the whole railway yote dismantle, put another one. But you cannot go and launch where Uhuru had reached, and you had been undermining it. You had been, demonizing it. Sielewi, na kwa hivyo huyu mtu hana jawabu ya kukua hapo kukua ati ni leader wa country, hana jawabu. Kile ako nacho ni chake mwenyewe, kile anajua rohoni mwake, and we cannot know what he wants, but we can only speculate. He don't care about Kenyans, and he don't care about Kenya. He don't care about any development. He don't care what goes on there. Simply because, as a mother, I would feel very bad for a child not to go to school at the right age. Ni vibaya mtoto kupoteza wakati kuwa nyumbani ati hawezi kwenda shuleni. That's one thing I have taken very seriously. Sababu mtoto akishapitisha miaka yake, it's hard to convince to go to school. Isipokuwa awe mtu amezaliwa na hicho kipawa cha kuwa anapenda shule. It's very dangerous for a child to lose school at the right age. Ati arudi nyuma ama aende, I don't know, akae nyumbani ndio aongoje ati pesa zipatikane zikosekane miaka 2. That is a big gap that a child has lost. So for Nadco and BBI was the right thing for Kenyans. They would be enjoying their life, but they opposed it. Nadco, I had a feeling that it's not going to favor us fully, because definitely this guy is looking each and every loophole that can help others, but not central. I have no fear of contradiction. That is what is going on. Na kwa vile hata kuna maneno ilitoka kwa mdomo wake, hiyo bado tutaibeba, hatutaiweka chini. We will still carry it with us. We keep on remembering. It rings a bell in our brains. Kwa hivyo akiguza tu kidogo hivi tunakumbuka hiyo, which is very bad. When you become a leader, I think you have to balance everything. You don't have to have favor of a kind. Hata kama, let's say for example, how many are Kikuyus, how many are Luos, how many are Kalenjins, how many are Turkanas, why is it that there is one particular thing that this person is feeling to do more than any other? That's my question. So for Nadco and BBI, as you have said, it's a copy and paste. That's exactly it is. Ruto alijivalisha hiyo mzigo ndio aje kuitumia na njia ingine ili aonekane yeye ni mtu shupavu, mtu mzuri, mtu ambaye anapenda wananchi wa Kenya, lakini hiyo ni tofauti kabisa. He spoke about gender, women being in politics. But women have been there even before. However, that time when he was speaking in Bomas, he insisted that that is what is going to happen. Why is it that when he became whatever he is, I'm not going to say it, he did not have a lady by then, if he knew that is what he was doing? Right now, he is fighting with these other Rashagua with no reason why, because we cannot see the reason. unless they come out and tell us why they are fighting, like the way he was telling us he almost slapped Uhuru. They should come out and tell us the truth, what is going on between them. But Gachagua is looking like somebody who is ready to quit or to get out of the government and do his own business, his own things, because of something that we don't know. We want to know what is itching them, because Ruto, as far as I'm concerned, he cannot work with anybody unless he work with the Kalenjins. I'm sorry, I'll say that. Unless he work with the Kalenjins, he cannot work with anybody else. Na akifanya na watu wengine, hao atawafanya fala wa kawaida. That is what it is. Ni watu wa kutumatumwa, niletee maji ya kunywa, enda uniletee toilet paper, sijui nini, mambo kama hiyo. So we have seen what our country is going on. But I believe seriously, and I am adamant that our country is going to stand up. I don't know how, but I believe our country needs more efficient people who consider other people like human beings and give them service that are relevant. Kulingana na hivyo, mambo hiyo yote ya Nadco na BBI, tukae tukijua hii ni kitu ambacho kilikuwa kimepimiwa. Isiingie wakati huo, lakini ingie wakati huu, kwa sababu anajua ataitumia namna gani, na ndivyo anafanya. So it is not a happy moment for Kenyans. And in fact, even it is not the time to think about Nadco or BBI. It's time first to think about our country. Kwa sababu kama ni mtu mzuri alichukua usukani wa hii nchi, we would not be talking, it would be automatic. Everything would be automatic. BBI would have been there automatically. Hata kama ni Nadco ingekuwa hapo, lakini ingekuwa everything that favors the mwananchi, because we are the winner and we are the owner of the country. Nitasimamia hapo Leo, but I'm very sad about what is going on. Huyu mtu ni watu ambao walikuwa wanaongea habari state capture, state capture, state capture. Who have captured now? Why don't they, even for them to look different from what they talked against the previous government, which he was in, which he knows everything that was in there. So I'll stop there, Leo, and thank you for the opportunity. Asante.
Thank you so much. You'll find that if you look at these two documents closely, it is just a similar document, just some omissions. So people argue that the omissions are things that were supposed maybe to benefit specific people. So they've been removed. And now, how are they going to convince, for example, those people who campaigned against BBI in Mount Kenya? How are they going to convince them that now, because they told them that BBI was about kutafutia mabwenyenye na matajiri kazi? So Boniface, how do you think they are going now to convince these people that Nadco sio ya kutafutia mabwenyenye na matajiri na madynasty kazi? Because already you've seen, even from the appointments that were made, the people expected to be appointed were not appointed, but they saw the same people like Chiloba, the same people being recycled. So how will William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza now convince the people of Mount Kenya that, you see, this Nadco is good, yet he knows very well Nadco is going to create some political positions? How will he convince them that Nadco is good, yet he knows very well that Nadco is proposing the constitution of some other counties, and there is none of them that is going to be constituted in Mount Kenya, unlike BBI that was proposing constitution of other constituencies, and Mount Kenya was getting some other constituencies for it. So how is he going to convince Mount Kenya that Nadco report will be able to ensure development in Central, when he knows very well that Nadco does not speak of one man, one shilling, one vote? Boniface, will it be easy to convince people that Nadco is good so that people can vote for it in a referendum? Shall a referendum be called?
I think we need to stop this mentality whereby when we have something, we focus with those regions like Mount Kenya, the Lake region. That will be highest level of tribalism, because we are favoring two tribes or some tribes. Because if the BBI now focused with some additional position in Mount Kenya region, and now we have the Nadco that does not focus on the Mount Kenya region, it has some areas that are far away from Mount Kenya region. So we need to stop this mentality. Let's
But
engage
first,
the.
maybe as you proceed, you know, when we talk of that, we are not talking of it because of the regions, but when you now go to reality, the things we cannot run away from as Kenyans. If today we are having homes, and maybe you're married to 3 wives, the first wife is having 10 children, and the last wife is having 2 children. So when you are giving some resources, there is no way you'll say that you want to give more resources in a house that is having 2 children and give less in a house that is having 10 children. So such kind of things, we just need to keep on talking of them on a positive way, not on a negative way. It's only wrong to talk of regions and tribes and places when you do it negatively. But when you do it positively, like when I stand in a podium and say that, you know, the Rift Valley is the basket of this country because agriculturally, most of the food we eat comes from Rift Valley. That is a positive regionalism or positive tribalism. If you go on a podium and say that, you know, the fish that we eat in Kenya comes from Lake Victoria, the Luos and the Luyas around the Lake Victoria, the ones who are feeding Kenyans with fish, that is a positive use of tribes. Can you hear me? Somebody's asking, what about Turkana? You talk as if on Kenya is only. Yes, we're having Turkana. Actually, people discuss Turkana. When we want to talk of oil in Kenya, we have to look at Turkana. And again, people also talk of Turkana as places that have been marginalized. Remember, Turkana is having a lake, and this lake is full of fish. But if you look at some kind of development that are being taken to this area, it is really less, considering the kind of revenue that can be raised from that area. And so far, the leaders who've come out to oppose at this Nadco report, one of them that is leading in opposing it is the Wamuchomba, that is the MP of Githunguri, and she's really opposing it. And the main reason she is opposing it is because she wants something called 1 man, 1 shilling to be brought in that report. And she's really blaming one Kimani Ichung'wah, who also comes from Kiambu, who was the co-chair of this committee, for failing to address the issue of population and under, is it under development, or when resources are being distributed, if she feels that the central part of Kenya is not getting resources based on their population. So Kenyan Mandamano, what do you think of that? Because she's saying that this Nadco report is not going to favor the region. And she's regretting, she's saying better the BBI looked into almost everything, but this report has just looked into creating positions. But when it comes to citizens, they did not discuss something to do with the cost of living. Number two, they did not address the issue of underrepresentation that is in central Kenya, whereby we're having so many people represented by few individuals. Like what you are saying, school fees. If you go to a constituency in Kiambu, they get the same money with the constituency in, let's say, Garissa. So Garissa, if they're giving bursary, you'll find they have like 200 students. Every child will get like 30,000. But this one can happen in Kiambu because you have hundreds of thousands of people who need the same amount of money.
Thank you, Leo. I think Boniface made a comment that I felt it's good for me to cultivate on it. And this is what I'm going to say. Boniface should understand that we are talking about reality. And remember, Leo, I was one person who was going all around Kenya, giving every type of tribe, mentioning each and every tribe. And my question was, who represents these tribes? Because we see that there are some who have been left behind. Nobody talks about them. And now we learned that there were so many tribes in Kenya whereby people didn't even know. So I'm not tribalistic. One thing I want Boniface to understand. And I'm not favoring Central because I come from Central. I have never even favored anybody because me, I take Kenyans as my own. And I take Kenyans as people who live in Kenya. I don't take Kalenjin, Luo, Kamba, Kikuyu, Masai, anything. I take them as Kenyans. And that is my belief. So for him to say that we should stop, we are not stopping. We are talking a reality, something that really is happening to the people who are Kenyans, who need the same thing as others, and they are not given equally. But my question was, if they do equal, I mean, not equal, I mean, if the funds are divided according to the numbers that really it's there, it's not that they are just giving, closing their eyes, they can see those numbers from every corner of the country. According to what tribes we have in Kenya or whatever location, because there could be even Kikuyus who are in Turkana, there are Kikuyus in Rift Valley, there are Kikuyu who are in Nyanza. So we are talking about centralized somewhere. If we were talking about Kalenjin not getting equal amount, why should we Kikuyu, for example, feel bad if they can be given equal share? I mean, enough share for them to take their children to school as we Kikuyu we do. But why are we segregated that other small tribes are getting more money while even the government knows very well the statistics of any tribe, how many they are? They can sit down and see, no, this side, these people are many. This tribe, they are 3/4. The other one is a quarter. The other one is a third. The other one. When we look things like that, that is where we come to divide things accordingly. So for Boniface to say we are talking most about Central, that is being biased. We are talking about real things, and we are talking of something that was calculated by the government, which was true, and it will still remain true, that those people are many. As you have put an example, Leo, that if you have 3 wives, one wife has 10 children, the other one has 2 children. Logically, that is exactly what it is. Huyu ako na watoto wawili, huyu ako na watoto 10. You cannot say ati hapana hana 10, ufunge macho useme hana 10, ako na 2. You can't do that. You can see them. They are there, present. Now you can see the others are 2. So why do you have to say that kama uko na shamba eka 10, huyu ako na watoto 2 awe na eka 5, huyu ako na watoto 10 awe na eka 5? It can't work. If you are a real person, if you want to have peace in your life. So for us, we are talking about people getting equal share from the government, because at how economically, maybe, I'm just saying, maybe their contribution is higher than the others who are getting more for their children bursary. And that makes it sensible. When you look at the population of a certain place and population of the other place, definitely those who are few, they cannot raise unless they have got other things that, like they have minerals, they are getting golds and whatever. So, and the other people don't have anything to do. Okay, we can start looking that way and say that these economically people, they are bringing up the economy of the country very fast because they are mining gold. But these other people, they are just aimlessly, they are just sitting down, they don't do anything. Okay, that time we can sit down and see who is who. But when it is about the revenue, the money from the funds from the country, from the government itself, it has to feed its people equally, and not equally that way. It's if somebody is getting 10,000 in Turkana, then every county, every corner of the country should get 10,000. That's what I would say. Because what is the loss? There is no loss. But the loss is for the inhabitants of our country, wale ambao wanapata 1,000, 1,500, ambapo mzazi anabaki hapo akilia, mtoto labda hataenda shule for another month. Wale wameenda hata wamefuka ng'ambo kwa sababu pesa ni mingi. Who are benefiting? That is what we are talking about, Boniface, wherever you are. If you are listening, we are not trying to say about Central, but we know very well Central has many people. Unless you say that we discard those people and disregard them completely, then we can stay aside and decide our own things to do, rather than dealing with a government that is really shrewd, that doesn't even care about the many people who are suffering under their regime. Asante, Dio.
Thank you so much. And kwa wale wenye wako kwa comment section, I can see nataka ile kitu is saying we never talk about other regions. It's always Mount Kenya, Rift Valley, and Nyanza. The center of discussion seems to be Mount Kenya, not anywhere else. Boniface is right. I feel like she only cares about Mount Kenya. It's a shame we can't discuss without tribes by being speckled. I think those comments are coming, but we also need to understand that, the basic unit, we are Kenyans, and we're having some basic social units. And before you become a Kenyan, you first of all belong to a specific community or a specific tribe. So the tribes can be discussed positively. It's only wrong when we discuss them negatively. So maybe as we proceed with this question that we're asking, the difference, you're trying to look at the difference between the BBI and the Nadco. And what is it that the Nadco is coming up with that is better than what was in BBI? So you can share your comments, and you can also share your views on that. Is there anything that is good that is coming with Nadco that was not there in BBI? And if it is just a copy paste of BBI, then why would we oppose BBI only to come and settle for Nadco? Or has Nadco improved on some of the things that were presented in BBI? So let me play for you a video when the two principals, that is Raila Odinga and William Ruto, received the Nadco report, and you can also be able to get their comments on that. So it will be able to tell you some of the things that they felt were addressed and what they felt was not addressed.
And Honorable Eugene Wamalwa will send apologies, and I think on the part of Kenya Kwanza, any absentee? Yeah, Mheshimiwa Cecily Barire, who has had a very busy 2 days, yesterday and today, hosting the International Women's Day in Embu, where I think she was also in the company of the president. So today, our task is simple. We just come to report progress, and in reporting that progress, we are indeed very honored to make a presentation to His Excellency here, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, who appointed our side of Azimio team. And allow me also to say our work was made relatively easy by a very competent secretariat, men and women who came from the National Assembly, and also you can see there Professor Law, Adam Solo, and our brother Zain Abubakar, and we had here Mudhomi. Where is Mudhomi? I cannot pronounce the other name where Mudhomi is. I find Mudhomi very easy. And Ojwang and Biteki. Biketi. Biketi and I come a very long way, so it should be on this side. But anyway, these are our jokes. We had moments of light discussion, serious engagement. We had moments of serious disagreement. And they were all, we did not hide anything. For example, we never agreed on a very important subject as far as Azimio was concerned, and that was on the high cost of living. We have also reported progress to our principal here, and I'm quite sure the other principal is also adequately briefed. So I now welcome Kimani to come and make his remarks. An amazing young man from Kikuyu. Sometimes he can talk very loud.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister. Your Excellency, former Vice President, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Honorable members of Nadco and members of the Fourth Estate, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or evening. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, as my co-chair, Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka has said, we are here to formally and officially hand over to you the product of the work that yourself and the President did task this team to work on. Your Excellency, as we have briefed you in the boardroom, and as His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka has pointed out, we had difficult times. We also had easy times on some of the subjects that were before us. We began not on a very easy note, but eventually, Your Excellency, we can report to you that we're able to surmount all the challenges that we began with and eventually agreed on 5 thematic areas that we would tackle and on an agreed agenda, unlike the way we had begun initially. And eventually, we did agree on almost 90% of the issues that you did task us to address in the National Dialogue Committee. And the few issues that we could not agree on, Your Excellency, as you will read in the report, there are issues that we referred to yourself and to His Excellency the President. But by and large, Your Excellency, as you have just told us there, the most important thing for this team and for our nation is not to forget what led us to the National Dialogue Committee, that there are indeed lives that were lost of Kenyans, there's property that was destroyed, and our economy taken aback for a moment. But the lessons, Your Excellency, that we have learned as a team and as Kenyans, that there is no task that is beyond people or a people in a country when they speak to each other and when they dialogue. We began as 2 teams that had their views on almost each of the issues that were before us. But we were able, through dialogue, to build consensus and agree. And I want to believe even the things that we have referred to you and His Excellency the President are issues that, considered together in the spirit of Kenyanhood, we shall be able to surmount and move together as a country. We have learned our lessons, and Your Excellency, as you have rightly told us, the best gift that we can gift to those families who lost their loved ones, those who lost property, is to ensure that never again in this country shall violence become part of our political discourse, and that we shall always endeavor as a nation to speak with each other and resolve our issues amicably. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, let me say on behalf of this Kenya Kwanza team, for many of us, it's our first time to be at Capitol Hill. And there's a time, Your Excellency, we would not have set foot here. So we are indeed grateful that we are now here as part of the Kenya Kwanza team that are happy to have been welcomed here by yourself and your great team here. And we value you as a Kenyan, as a nationalist, an African statesman who has Kenyans and many Africans at heart. And Your Excellency, we have said elsewhere that even as you endeavor to take over the AU chairmanship, AU Commission chairmanship from the Honorable Musa, we support you as Kenyans. And we support you because you go to the AU not to represent Azimio or ODM, that you go there as a Kenyan. And whenever any one of us as Kenyans is gunning for a continental and international job, we are obligated as patriotic Kenyans to support. And we support your candidature, Your Excellency, And if there's anything we can do, we are ready to do, Your Excellency, to make sure that you clinch that position, because we know you have the stamina and you have the determination and the Pan-African spirit to be able to serve not just the people of Kenya, but the people of Africa and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kimani. Thank
Sir,
you.
please give me a report.
The report.
Just come forward.
Yes. No.
Forward.
Yes.
This is a report that most of us have looked into, and we've seen some of the similarities and the differences that are there. And that is why we are saying that if you look at this report and you look at the what we call the BBI report, most of the things there are similar. Most of them are addressing the same issues that this report is to address. And most of them were formed because of the same reasons. Remember, the BBI was also formed after the elections, and there was some formal goodwill agreement between Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta. Then they formed a report whereby members of the church were there and some eminent persons, and they sat down and said that, okay, there are problems that you're having in Kenya, things to do with inclusivity and such kind of things. So this report, when we implement it, then Kenyans will not have this kind of problem. So it is the same thing that is happening in Nadco. So maybe Kenyan Mandamano, if I just ask you, why do you think people were told to oppose and reject BBI? Then right now they are told that Nadco report is good.
You see, Leo, this thing is not, the Nadco was not taken to public participation. This is just a group thinking, and they put it back in a very, in a way that people did not even have time to have. Leo, can I answer this call, please? Then I come back again.
It's okay.
Please.
Just answer at the phone. It's okay. It's okay. We didn't really get the comment by Raila.
Kalonzo Musyoka. This is the Nadco team, and I'm very delighted to welcome them here at our center to present the report of Nadco. You, of course, members of the Fourth Estate, live in Kenya, and you know very much the circumstances that led to the formation of this Nadco. At that time, Kenya was aflame, and as has already been pointed out, very many innocent Kenyans lost their lives. But now we have these reports, and I'm only going to say a few things. We have today received the reports of the National Dialogue Committee, which is a negotiated document that pulled the country out of hostilities to the peace that we have today. Two, I want to thank the two leaders, His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, for the leadership that enabled us to get where we are today. I also thank the members from both sides of the talks for the commitment and dedication to national duty that they displayed. 4, getting into dialogue with an antagonist anywhere on earth is not an easy choice. It was not easy for Azimio to get into dialogue with the Kenya Kwanza. I believe it was equally not easy for our Kenya Kwanza counterparts. So thank you, Steve and Honorable Ichung'wah, for successfully navigating the strong undercurrents. 5, As we have said before, this document is not perfect, but it is a good start. If fully implemented, it offers an opportunity for peace and reforms that could put this country on a path of prolonged stability and equity in the years ahead. 6. As was the case with the process, this document has enemies from reactionary forces across the political divide, inside and outside Parliament. It requires vigilance. We need to look back and reflect on the circumstances that led to the dialogue and whether we really want to take Kenya back there. As we have said before, there are things we agreed to disagree on, and that includes the issue of the cost of living, which is of much importance to us. The government side demanded that we leave that matter to them, and we agreed for purposes of helping the country to move forward. But this is still a debt, and we are going to continue to press them to address this issue of high cost of living. We got positive results on a number of areas, including the electoral justice, transfer of all devolved functions, and the requisite resources to the county governments, raising equitable share to the county government to not less than 20% of all revenue collected by the national government from the current 15%, among others. 9, we believe that these are significant reform mileages that, if implemented, can help strengthen our governance and electoral processes and safeguard our continuing quest to make Kenya a functioning democracy. 10. The issues contained in this document are not Azimio or Kenya Kwanza issues. These are Kenyan issues. They are our aspirations as the people of Kenya. Those issues should unite, not divide us. 11. Our position is that the report, including the various legislative proposals attendant to it, should be implemented without any alterations. And I want to repeat that our position is that the report, including the various legislative proposals attendant to it, should be implemented without alterations. We also feel strongly that the remaining processes be fast-tracked in Parliament. 13. In this regard, we need leadership from the very top, and therefore urge Parliament.
I think you've heard that is Raila receiving the report and is recommending that the report should be implemented without alteration. That is, it should be implemented the way it is, and some other parts that were not included in the report should also be fast-tracked. He described some of the things that have achieved, that have been achieved by the report, apart from things like the cost of living, which he said that the ruling party, that is Kenya Kwanza, requested that the matter be left to them. So guys, I just need your views on this. Why do you think that the Nadco report gives a better, or it gives an better alternative to the problems that Kenyans are facing, and the electoral problems that Kenyans face after every 5 years of election? Does it mean that the Nadco report is a better modification of the BBI? And if not so, why do you think people were told to reject, or BBI was demonized, if we can come up with a document that is similar to BBI? So if you're joining for the first time, you can as well start by liking the video and sharing with your friends, and you can also ensure that you subscribe to Afriq 24-hour channel. And remember that we are also having some other programs that are not political. So if maybe you are not a fan of politics, then you can also book a date with the channel so that you can be able to follow up on other programs that we are having. So Good Dear is taking on, if only we could export tribalism, Kenya will be rich. Okay, I think that one is also making sense, because if you look at some of the problems that we're having in Kenya as Kenyans, tribalism is one of them. And all these things that we're talking of is because even when you want to convince voters, majority of the voters in Kenya are not convinced at an individual levels. Rather, they are convinced as a wholesale through their ethnic groups and by their ethnic leaders. So it's still miles away. We as Kenyans to come out of those tribal beliefs. It will take time. I don't know why, but based on what we've experienced in the past, moving forward, we can say that it's still hard. It's still a long way. It will take our leaders, or it will take this generation some time, so that they can be able to ensure that they get Kenyans out of those tribal kind of thoughts that happens when people are going for elections. But Kenyans themselves don't have problems. I think these problems are normally manufactured and created by our leaders, who will always want us to appear as if we hate each other at their own benefit. They know very well they don't have anything that they can tell you, anything that they can stand for during the elections. So what they do, they hide behind their tribes to get votes and to deny other responsible leaders opportunities to be able to lead. So before maybe we get some sentiment from Mandamano Kamili, I just want us to take maybe a minute break. A minute break. Yes, thank you, and welcome back. So you'll find that even in Parliament, when these kind of debates are brought, we have some of our MPs that normally oppose. And what happened is that at the end of the day, the voters will always follow what their MPs or what their perceived leaders say. Like when it came to the issue of affordable housing, when it comes to the issue of the financial bill, these are bills that was passed in Parliament by our leaders, only for them to join their constituents in demonstrating against all these laws that they passed. For example, the ones that were demonstrating on these taxes that is being levied on farmers. It is the same leaders who passed this bill, but the same people. So does it mean that our leaders are no longer able to give direction? I think that is another question that we need to be addressing. Let me just get you some.
Vowed to shoot down the bipartisan talks report once tabled before Parliament if the allocation on equitable distribution of funds and the In the meantime, Githunguri Member of Parliament Gathoni Wamuchomba has vowed to shoot down the bipartisan talks report once tabled before Parliament if the allocation on equitable distribution of funds and the cost of living are not addressed. The legislator, who was elected on a United Democratic Alliance party ticket, slammed the government for the high taxes that have been imposed, saying they are punitive to Kenyans.
Debate yetu ni one man, one challenge, one vote. Nikaambiwa ninyamaze. Mwaka imeisha. Tumegawa basari raundi ya kwanza. Sasa tunangojea raundi ya pili. Ni haki mimi ninyamaze mkiteseka. Niteseke. Hiyo ripoti Ishongwa anataka kuleta kule bunge. Hiyo ripoti ambayo ametengeneza wakiwa na akina Kalonzo Musyoka. Kama haitakuwa na maneno ya one man, one shilling, one vote, Wamuchomba anaomba ruhusa kutoka kwenu.
And the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum is warning of a spillover.
I think you've heard that is Wamuchomba. Wamuchomba is really opposing that bill. And the main reason why she's opposing the bill is because she believes the bill did not address most of the things that it was supposed to address. She believes that the bill did not address the issue of representation, and that is why she is talking of the 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. And she really promised that if that one is not addressed, then she is ready to oppose it in parliament. It's not the first time that Wamachomba is going against his party, her party, sorry. It's not the first time that she is voting against what her party needs. Another person who also rejected and also wasn't comfortable with the report was Eugene Wamalwa. And remember, Eugene Wamalwa was also among the people who were among the members of the committee, among the committee members, and he represented Azimio in that committee. But he refused to append his signature on the report, saying that the report did not address one of the most important issues, which was the cost of living. So in that regard, he even refused to take his allowances. He refused to take the pay because he said he cannot be party to that. Just listen to him.
Eugene Wamalwa has refused to endorse the National Dialogue Committee report, citing the glaring omission of the critical issue of lowering the cost of living. While 9 out of the 10 committee members signed, Wamalwa dissented, blaming the Kenya Kwanza team for their perceived lack of commitment to tackling the high cost of living. And as Ben Kirui reports, the Nadco team submitted its final report to opposition leader Raila Odinga at his Capitol Hill offices and President William Ruto at State House.
Members of the National Dialogue Committee, Nadco, officially presented their report to Azimio leader Raila Odinga on Friday. Conspicuously missing was one of the members of the 10-member committee, Eugene Wamalwa. The Democratic Action Party of Kenya leader who dissented cited the glaring omission of the critical issue of lowering the cost of living in the report.
I felt we did not do justice to the single most important issue amongst the 5 issues that we were discussing, which was the cost of living. That matter, if you read the report, you'll find that there was a serious disagreement on that issue. And this is an issue touching every Kenyan. And things have just gotten worse because many Kenyans cannot make ends meet.
Wamalwa further argues that the report prioritized the matters beneficial to the political class, neglecting issues that significantly impact the common citizen. In expressing his disappointment, Wamalwa lamented the struggle that has become a daily life for Kenyans.
Many families that can hardly afford a meal a day, and yet we see the cost of living going even higher. So at Bomas, this is a matter we fail to address.
Wamalwa further accused the Kenya Kwanza team of lacking political goodwill and commitment to making life more bearable for Kenyans.
There was some bias on the side of our Kenya Kwanza colleagues. There was lack of goodwill and good faith. And I felt that to some level, they were only focusing on the memoranda issues.
In a letter to Parliament, Wamalwa expressed his reluctance to claim his sitting allowances due to a fundamental disagreement with the Nadco report, asking that the money be returned to sender. His decision coming after he received an invitation to provide bank details for payment.
I also made it public that I would also not be accepting the sitting allowances. So today I formally put my position on record in Parliament through a written communication.
The Nadco committee, established to foster dialogue and consensus, was tasked with recommending constitutional, legal, and policy reforms. These reforms address key areas such as auditing the 2022 electoral process, the cost of living, and restructuring and reconstituting the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
That is Wamalwa, who even refused. He said that he's not going to take the allowance and he's not going to be party to that report because he believes that report did some injustice or some disservice to the citizens one of the main reasons why people went on the streets was lowering the cost of living, and that is why these streets people are putting on sufurias. So because this one was not addressed, Wamalwa decided that he's not going to be part of that, and he's blaming the Kenya Kwanza side for failing to cooperate in addressing that. MC Jess Mwas, I can see you, karibu sana. So Kenyan Mandamano, I think you are now fit. Then from that I'll go to Boniface. Boniface is also back.
Yes, thank you, Leo. You can see people are really divided, and there are people who are very serious about this and very very human, that Wamalwa can say that he will not take even the allowance, which is a good way of a person who feels the pain for the others. What is happening now is that there is, as Baba said, it's a good start. Meaning, it's not the end of this fight, because it's like a fight. Because this Kenya Kwanza, they know very well what people are going through in Kenya, and they know the problems where they emanated, and they are just giving deaf ears and blind eyes that they cannot see or understand the problems people are going through. Oh, Leo, today on the phone, please, I'll get back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Boniface, you can now proceed. You don't mind? Boniface, you can now proceed. I think you're now connected.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, continue. The floor is yours. You were saying something before you went.
But a lot of things have happened. I can see now you are moving on to Wamalo. Maybe you can brief me.
I was just, we're just doing some brief. Wamalo is among the people who opposed the Nadco, and the reason why Wamalo opposed the Nadco is because he claims Nadco did not address the issue of the cost of living, and he blames the Kenya Kwanza team for refusing to address the issue of cost of living. And because of that, he said he's not going to append his signature, and at the same time he's not going to take the allowances or the payment for participating in that committee, and he did not provide his bank details for that. We've also looked at Wamuchomba. Wamuchomba is also opposing Nadco, and the reason why Wamuchomba is opposing Nadco is saying he will only support Nadco if they include the issue of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, and if they include the issue of the cost of living. But if those two are not addressed, then she will vote it down. She will oppose it even when it's brought or tabled in parliament. Yes.
As I said earlier, is that this Nadco, it's favoring. And again, we always focus with the tribalism in our country, Kenya, because now this issue of cost of living, now it is important to every Kenyan. It is important to every citizen that the cost of living must be addressed, because Kenyans are the ones who always suffer when it comes to high cost of living. When we are experiencing a lot of things that are costly, and the living, most of Kenyans don't afford money so that they can sustain themselves. So they always make sure that they wake up very early in the morning to go and earn for their daily survival. So the cost of living must be addressed. But again, now when it comes to this position, this Natco now is now diverging areas. So we need to focus with the entire nation. Let's not base with some regions, some parts, because if some regions now are considered that they will be given some position, then other parts will be left unconsidered. So this one will raise a lot of eyebrows. So what does this mean? It means that some Kenyans now will be raising eyebrows and saying that they are not considered when it comes to this Nadco. Now we can see we don't have representation of the Mount Kenya region. Well, because Mount Kenya region is more when it is compared to Kenya. Kenya is a big country, so we need to be saturated to the whole countries that we consider every citizen. We consider the common mwananchi. Wanjiku needs to be considered in everything that is happening. This not going to consider the common mwananchi, and the cost of living is very important. If we have a level whereby the cost of living is very low and things are reduced when it comes to prices, we have things that are not costly. The common mwananchi, when he is in stability, then it definitely is going to make sure that he is good. And we know that Kenya, if you consider, if I could be the president, but again, I cannot be the president. If I could be the president, the first thing I can
What
do.
makes you think? What makes you think you can't be the president?
I have a lot of things going on, so I cannot picture myself when I'm being the president, because this seat comes with a lot of pressure. Being president is very tough decision, not unless you have the passion to become a leader. For example, when you want to be like William Samoei Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So the first thing that I can always consider if I can be the leader of this country is, number one, to make sure that the common mwananchi is highly favored. And if you do that, definitely the common mwananchi will be happy and they will always be cheering you wherever you go. So let's consider the common mwananchi. Let's have a space for the common mwananchi. Wanjiku needs to be considered, and this is the only way that the country is going to move on well. I support Mutembei because if the cost of living is not considered, then why are you passing this one? We need to focus with this one, because every Kenyan nowadays, whenever you are just going anywhere, you are in the supermarket, you just pass by. For example, today I was passing by in a certain supermarket. I was picking some maziwa mala, and I heard some people saying, "Hey, these things are so costly." And last year, but one, it was almost a small amount of money. Why is that? Because the cost of living is going high, and the companies are trying to compensate with the high cost of living. Let's concentrate and make sure that we feature the common mwananchi and make sure that everything that we do, we always make sure that the first thing that comes into position is the local citizen, because those are the people that make country Kenya.
Thank you, Boniface. Leteiro Teach karibu sana. I'm glad that you're also following from the comment section. That is really great. Just keep it clean. Let us not hate each other. Let us not point figures at each other, and let us now live and converse as Kenyans. So, Mama Mary, I can see you're back, so maybe you can proceed with your submission.
Okay, thank you, Dio. Sorry for these calls are coming. I have to answer them because sometimes they are from work. Okay, I can't believe Boniface can reduce himself to that much that he cannot be a president. I believe, Boniface, having that you are a human being with 5 common sense, you can be one. If you really have to, you can. But if you don't want, you can't. But I believe anybody with 5 common sense can do a lot as a president. What we are facing right now, Boniface, is a way of how people are suffering. And I think the first thing for the country to survive, for the country to stand, the cost of living should be the first thing to be done, to be dealt with. That would have been the first thing that would have been positively worked on it so that people can survive. But for these other things that we are talking, you don't live to eat, you eat to live. Hivyo ni kumaanisha watu kama wakikosa chakula, they will not live, they will not survive. And so that is one thing that it should be considered seriously and dangerously that is happening in our country right now. You heard Wamalwa saying that he feels bad because cost of living is going higher and higher, and it was not dealt with as it was supposed to, which is true. That is the most affecting thing to these people, our people in Kenya. And if we continue like this, things are going to be more worse because people will change their way of living to a different category, which I don't want to say it here, but you know what I'm talking about. The more human beings don't get the basics, you know where it drives them. And at this time, with all this environment that we have in Kenya, nobody is happy. Nobody is happy with each other. And there will be a commotion one time, which will be very dangerous. And that is if this continues like this. We are talking here, smiling, looking like it's a simple thing, but it is very dangerous for people to reach that point of having nothing to eat, or they cannot afford that thing they are seeing there through the glass. Ati ninaona chakula kiko pale, mimi nikukufa ninakufa, I can't die when it is there. So let me ask, where would that owner of that store go? What will he do or she will do to prevent the disaster? Unless she closed the door so that people can't see. So ninawaambia wa Kenya, hii mambo ambayo hiyo Nadco wanaongelea hapo, without considering cost of living of a human being, is a disaster right now. Hivyo ndivyo mimi ninasema. I'm not a prophetic person, but as I understand a human being needs, that is exactly what it is. Kwa hivyo saa ile tunaona hii mambo inachukuliwa uchache ama hivi hivi, kwa sababu if you see like Baba is standing there, Baba has a big question mark in his mind, a big question mark. I can read, I can understand his feelings when he is standing there. And that is my feelings and my understanding. Baba is not happy with what went on, but he said it's a starting point. Wamalwa has decided not to pen his signature because it's not right for Kenyans to go through all what they are going through. Wamushomba is regretting simply because the expectation that they thought this guy was talking about was to be fulfilled, but nothing happened. You regret after you find that the other opponent was not truthful. Unajiuliza kwa nini nikakubali vile alisema. But you trusted the person. That's the whole issue. And that's why people have got regrets right now. So for me, I'm trying to say I'm not tribal. Get me right. I'm not tribal. And I'm not of one segment of the country. I'm for Kenya, my country. That is where I belong. And that is where I focus. And my goal is that Kenyans can be united to fight this one goal of these sufferings that we are going through in Kenya. I'll stop there, Leo. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just a reminder, I've also seen Jeff Mburu. Jeff, karibu sana. So before I bring you in, just a reminder of some of the things that are in that Nadco report for that person who is maybe getting it for the first time.
Will have additional representation in Parliament, apart from the leaders of minority in the bicameral House, if the leader of opposition Bill 2023 becomes an act. And as Seth Olale reports, the bill which falls under the category of a money bill under Article 114 of the Constitution, reflects recommendations and views from the public contained in the National Dialogue Committee report that include electoral injustice and multi-party democracy, among others.
The leader of the Opposition Bill 2023, which is among those prioritized for debate by the leadership of the National Assembly, defines the functions of the leader of the opposition, which shall include representing the interests of the opposition and providing an alternative policy agenda and constructive criticism of government policies. The bill also outlines the functions of the two deputy leaders of the opposition, who shall be the principal assistants to the leader of opposition and shall deputize the leader of the opposition in the execution of the functions of the leader of the opposition's functions, which include fostering cooperation and constructive engagement between the government and opposition in the pursuit of national interest, participating in state ceremonial functions and international parliamentary events on behalf of the opposition, promoting public awareness and understanding of the role of the opposition in a democratic state. The appointment, swearing in, and removal of the leader of the opposition shall be within 7 days of the swearing in of the president. After a general election, the Chief Justice shall, in accordance with the Article 92A of the Constitution, swear in the leader of the opposition as determined by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. The Chief Justice, or in the absence of the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice shall administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of office to the leader of the opposition to provide for in the schedule, affirming commitment to upholding the Constitution and serving the interests of the nation. In the event that the designated leader of the opposition, as determined by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, refuses or is unable to take the oath of office within the specified 7-day period, the Chief Justice shall proceed to swear in office the person designated to hold that office in accordance with a resolution of a party or coalition agreement. The leader of the opposition shall assume the functions and responsibilities of the office upon the completion of the swearing-in ceremony. Removal of office of the leader of the opposition shall be by a resolution of the party or coalition of parties which garnered the second greatest number of votes in the immediately preceding presidential election, if the person is sentenced for a term of imprisonment of at least 6 months and has exhausted all appeal or review relief available in relation to that case, or if the person is unable to perform the functions of the office arising from mental or physical incapacity. Upon the removal of the leader of opposition under Section 6, the Chief Justice shall forthwith swear in to office the person designated to hold that office, and the remuneration and benefits payable to the office of the leader of the opposition and the two deputy leaders of the opposition shall be a charge on the consolidated fund, and that the office of the leader of the opposition shall have access to necessary facilities, resources, and staff required for the effective discharge of the functions under this Act. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
You've heard that, and Jeff, maybe a good evening, welcome. We are just trying to compare this Nadco report and BBI, and Kenyans are really wondering, why would they have to reject BBI? Then they again be told that, you see, Nadco is good. And if you look at all these things, it's almost similar. In a BBI, the proposal for the office of the chief, the office of the opposition leader, and also the office of the Prime Minister, which in Nadco has been replaced by the Office of the Chief Cabinet Secretary. So karibu sana, Jeff, and you tell us, what is your feeling on this? Do you think that BBI was good and people were just denied an opportunity to file it and enjoy its goodies only for it to be replaced by Nadco? We've had people who've also opposed the Nadco, like the Kiambu MP, Kiambu's Githunguri's MP wa Muchomba, saying that this bill, if it is not addressing the cost of the living and the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote issue, that is equitable distribution of resources, she's not going to be part of it. So karibu sana, Jeff.
Asante Bwana Rio, kwa sababu ya nafasi hii. Ningetaka kuanza kwa kusema ya kwamba ninapoangalia hii ripoti ya Nadco, ninakuwa na hisia ya kwamba viongozi wetu hawajali mahali nchi inaelekea, wanajijali wao wenyewe. They only care and think about themselves, because what this Nadco report is addressing is all about what the political leaders are going to get, or how they are going to benefit, or how they will be in a position to feel comfortable having offices and other benefits, resources, staff, vehicles. I mean, to me, it's very crazy that people can waste taxpayers' money, months, sitting down and coming up with, I don't want to use a bad word, but coming up with nothing. Because Leo, you can imagine a situation whereby Kenyans have been waiting to hear. Yet, yes, it is okay to come up with methodology to ensure there is no conflicts that bring our country to stand still after every general election. That is good, and that is what they have tried to address. But it should not have ended there. There is nothing bad like when, as leaders, think that they are there to represent themselves rather than representing the electorate or the common mwananchi, because all of us cannot be in parliament. All of us cannot sit in the discussion table, and that is why we have leaders. And sometimes they miss that point. But the reason why we have them is so that they may think of our issues, they may think of our problems and come up with solutions. Now, for instance, think about the distribution of national resources. I come from the most populated area, one of the most populated, Kiambu. Yes, when you look at the size of the county is not very big. But when you look at the population, population
has a lot of
very
people,
high.
yes. Yeah,
it has a lot of people. Those are the kind of things that we were saying, can they discuss and ensure that there is equitable distribution of national resources? Because there is no justification that some counties can even afford to give their children bursaries almost 100,000, but other counties even giving 3,000 of bursaries. It is very hard, you know? If leaders cannot sit down and say this is unfair, then the leaders whom we have supported and voted to represent us should be in a position to stand and say, no, this is not what we want. So the fact that the issue of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote has not been addressed, it should be a reason good enough to tell not just Central Kenya, because we have other populated areas like Kisumu, like Mombasa, like Nakuru, Nyamira, we have Kisii. We have so many areas that are so much populated. That is a good reason why we should tell these people, can you go back to the drawing board and come up with a formula that will ensure that the national resources are distributed equally. not basing on the acres of land that you have or the kilometers or I mean, those other parameters. They are okay to consider. We can have the equitable or distribution funds or whatever equity fund. It's okay. But to a larger extent, people want to feel that the taxes that we give, we get equal share basing on what we give to the national government. So that to me, it tells me that these people don't know what they are supposed to do. Apart from that, you have touched on the issue of not you, but Kenya Maandamano. And I agree with her to a larger extent that the Nadco is not addressing the plight of Kenyans. But she also said that Raila Odinga is not happy about it. And she said that when you look at the facial expression, it will tell you that Baba is not happy about it. If you are a leader and you are not happy about something, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed just to show the facial expression that you are not happy about it, or are you supposed to talk about it? For me, I want to say that Baba is happy because these are the same leaders that we have always been having who think of themselves more than Kenyans, because for him, he has been sorted. He will get this high position. He will get this office. If he will not even go to AU, he'll come back to Kenya, occupy the office of the leader of opposition, which has been given everything. And Rio, I want to say this, that the only way to sort this thing out is for Kenyans to demand for a referendum. And in the referendum, let us not think of, for me, I am listening to what Ruto is saying or what this leader and that leader is saying. Let us tell our leaders, enough is enough. You have been taking us for a ride. You have always been thinking about adding your remuneration. You see, these members of parliament, every time they increase their salaries, who increases the salaries of the common mwananchi? I mean, it is the high time we tell our leaders, you guys, you are joking with us. Bring that report to the common mwananchi if you are not going to rectify those things that we are talking about. And we put it down and we tell them, can you go back to the drawing board and give us what we want? Leo, I have been asking myself, what are we doing in a small country like Kenya, a country of 50 million people? What are we doing with 47 governors? What are we doing with 47 senators? What are we doing with 47 women representatives? What are we doing with hundreds of members of parliament? And it is unfortunate they are even contemplating of adding more members of parliament. What are we doing with all these MCAs in the name of representation? No, Kenya cannot sustain such kind of things. Yet these are the things we are telling these people. Can you sit down and put things into the right perspective? But are they prepared to listen to us? Are they prepared to do the right thing? They are not. And that's the most unfortunate bit, because I don't know when we shall say we will no longer follow these leaders as semi-gods, that whatever Ruto says, so long as I am from Central, I will have to listen. Whatever Ruto says, so long as I'm from Rift Valley, I'll have to listen. Whatever Baba says, so long as I am his supporter, I have to listen and trust that what they are saying is what they mean. These people, they speak one thing, but in their hearts, they mean different. That is how I see it. It should reach a point where we start thinking independently and say what we want, not what we are told by leaders that this is what we need. Yet we know for sure Wakenya saa hii shida yao kubwa sio ni nani atapata ofisi kubwa, sijui nani atakuwa nini. Shida yetu kubwa ni mtoto wangu anaweza pata pesa
nini na ataenda shule vipi?
Anaweza pata pesa ya kuenda shule kama watoto wale wengine. Mtoto wangu atakula nini? I mean, the school fees, has it been reduced? Unajua wakati wa Moi hakuwa kiongozi mzuri sana, lakini kuna mambo Moi alikuwa anaangalia sana. The school fees was not very high. School educating our children was not very costly during Moi's time. And all of you can bear you can bear me witness. Kama kuna kitu serikali ya Moi ilikuwa inafikiria sana kuhusu, hata sio mabarabara, hata sio mambo makubwa, lakini ilihakikisha ya kwamba at least bei ya masomo ilikuwa chini, na diposa tukaweza kusoma hata kama wazazi wetu walikuwa tu wanafanya kazi ya hustling.
Yeah.
Kibaki akakuja akakuwa very serious na hayo mambo ya masomo. Kama kuna kitu tunastahili kuangazia ni mambo, je, watoto wetu watasoma namna gani? Awe ni mtoto wa maskini ama watajiri, because that is what can help our societies move from poverty and go to another level. So those are the things we want these people to sit down and discuss and see how they can lower the school fees and see how they can support the parents. But do they even remember such kind of things? Kwa hivyo mimi nikiangalia yale mambo wanatuambia ati ndio yameangaziwa, nasikia kuchukua viboko niwatandike.
Thank you, Jeff. Of course, we'll come back to you. And next, I can see True TV is also here. I think that is Mzalendo. Mzalendo, just welcome you to give your opening remarks. We're just trying to weigh and compare the BBI and Nadco. And as it turns out, the document is similar. There are only few things that were in BBI that have been omitted, like the one you see now, Mutembei is crying out that one man, one vote, one shilling. You know, it was there to ensure that it treats the issue of equitable distribution of resources among the country, where she argued that, you know, a place that she represents it's really overpopulated, but they're getting the same amount with the places that are not that populated. And if it comes to the point of creating position for leaders, the BBI proposed the creation of position for the opposition leader and creation for the position of a prime cabinet secretary with 2 deputies. So the same is also happening in Nadco. So whereas in Nadco, they are having an opposition leader with 2 deputies. On the other end, they are having an opposition leader with a prime cabinet secretary with the 2 deputies. So these things seem to be similar. That has now made people to start thinking that, you know, the BBI was majorly going to favor the overpopulated regions, which are majorly in the Mount Kenya than any other region. Apart from that, now that Ruto is the president, the BBI was going to give him an opportunity to appoint a prime minister with the 2 deputies. But right now, the Nadco will only give him an opportunity to appoint a prime minister, but will give the opposition an opportunity to appoint opposition leader with the 2 deputies. So narrowed down, they say they have to regret having opposed BBI only to come and maybe embrace Nadco, which to them they feel is going to be a loss. So what is your take on that, Mzalendo?
Thank you, Leo, for the opportunity. I had seen Kenya Maandamano earlier on. I hope she's still there. Asante sana. I've seen Mburu and I've seen Kimanzi when I came in. I think this discussion is very, very important. This is the kind of discussion that we want to talk about. Our politicians keep on playing us a lot. The BBI was rejected in totality by then William Ruto and his group. The Nadco report is just similar to what the BBI was proposing. Now the big question is that should we merge the 2 reports, the BBI and the Nadco report? Now, as it stands today, we are already overrepresentation in a country, in a small country of a population of 40 million. We are so overrepresented, and these leaders keep on looking for positions for themselves. And the reason why we have got all this is because at the end of the day, we have an election and people are not satisfied with the outcome of the election. So what should we fix? Should we fix the election, or should we fix what people are not satisfied or what these politicians want? Now, Nadco report has been crafted so carefully to include anybody who is in the opposition. And that is why they are pushing for it. The government is also pushing for it. And you know, who are the beneficiaries? Both the president and the opposition. They are the biggest beneficiary. And should there be a situation where Ruto is not in power after being the president of the Republic of Kenya, he can still come back to power after he's been elected the president of Kenya. That is the danger of having a report that favors the politician than the people. This report was crafted for the political class, and that is what we should be shouting about each and every day. This report is meant for them. It's not meant for us. It does not fix any electoral injustice. It only fixes the issues of when elections are contested, they are very, very hot, and the loser has to get something, get the opposition leader. And at the same time, what happens to the minority leader that is the constitution? The question that we ask, we also have a minority in the constitution of Kenya. What happens to that? There are things that you cannot change that are in the constitution. You can only change them through a referendum. Are we looking at a possibility of going through a referendum on these particular questions? And remember, these bills that this report that is now will be tabled in Parliament.
Yeah.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister said that it has to be passed without
in totality, yeah, without changing anything.
Without even a comma, you pass it the way it is. We, Ruto, the same as with his MPs, that this is what Kenya needs. Now, the big question Leo would be asking the panelists is that what is the work of a cabinet minister that cannot be performed by these other ministers that are there? What is the work of this deputy, deputy what? Deputy
opposition leader?
Yeah, the deputy opposition leader. If we cannot even find the work for the vice, for the deputy governor, we cannot even define the role of a deputy governor in the constitution the way it is. And it is just an unnecessary position put there for the political class. What are we doing? What are we saying as Kenyans? This is the discussion that we ought to be discussing without any biasness, as much as you are affiliated to UDA or you are affiliated to Azimio. It is high time you realize that you are not represented by these two groups. Kenya needs better. Kenya needs better than what we are seeing at the moment. If Ruto can accept this report as it is, I think this is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. We are already overrepresented. And look, they are insisting on affirmative action. Are the women to be in power?
And the senators are also requesting for Senate Oversight Fund.
No, the Senate, they will get that. They will get that. They will pass it. Kina Sifuna, who have been banging tables on each and every media, will say they need this fund. And you ask a senator, his job is legislation. Hiyo pesa anataka kufanyia nini? You just ask him hiyo pesa anataka kufanyia nini? Kazi yake ni legislation and to oversight the county, the way they are being, the way they are running their funds. Yeye akipatiwa pesa, who is going to oversight pesa hii yake? Leo, I want somebody to answer me. Who is going to oversight pesa ya senator? Amepatiwa pesa. They have been given money in millions. Who is going to oversight this money? Nani ana oversight senator? Pesa ndio hiyo anataka pesa. But who is going to oversight the money that is being given? At the same time, yeye ndiye ana oversight governors.
Na usisahau mzalendo, kuna ward fund ambayo imekuwa proposed.
No, the MCAs also need a ward fund.
For the MCAs and
Watch hata hiyo. Wewe unaongea ati kuna ward fund that has been approved. Already at the county assemblies the way it is. They are already approved that. Leo, Google Homa Bay County. The Google Homa Bay County Ward Fund approved by MCA to, I don't know how many million. They have already approved that at county level. Migori approved it, Homa Bay approved it. I think Kisumu also approved it. Nairobi too has already approved it, even before the Nadco report. Now it's going to be in the constitution. It is another budget, wanaongeza juu ya ile budget, watasema hii budget ni ya county na hii ingine ni ya national government. Ni wizi.
Sio ni wizi. Who is going to oversight the senators? Yet they are the ones who are supposed to oversight the governors. Who is going to oversight?
MCA, who is going to oversight the MCA? MCA nani ana oversight? Wacha hata senator. MCA sasa nani ana oversight MCA? Because MCA ana oversight governor. Governor is being oversighted by the senator. Senator is being oversighted by who? Some of these things, our legislators, they think that we are so stupid. Sisi ni wajinga wa mwisho. Haki ya Mungu, sisi ni wajinga. Na tukubali sisi ni wajinga. If we kubali these things to happen, know that we are just fools. We are just fools. We are being fooled up and down. Fooled up and down. And perhaps we should need to start listening to Uhuru Court and people like that. But don't tell me about Raila rubbish and Kina Ichungwa, what they come up with. It is sad. It is a sad scenario in the country. And mimi hizo ndio vitu zingine they even make you vomit.
Mimi nataka hii kitu iletwe kwa referendum na sisi zote tushikane tuiangushe. Hadi wakati hawa viongozi watafanya mambo ambayo inaweza kusaidia wananchi, sio kujisaidia wenyewe. Kwa sababu hata hii BBI ambaye Rio anatuambia, kumbuka BBI ilikuwa Uhuru alikuwa anaisukuma sana, maana hakuwa anataka kuachilia uongozi. Na the other thing, kwa sababu ile kitu ilifanya BBI iaguke, hata sio ati kwa sababu Ruto anapinga, hapana. BBI iliagushwa na koti because they didn't follow the right process. Na kwa BBI pia mjue walikuwa wanataka kukaba koti zetu. They wanted to be in a position to control our courts. Haingepita kwa sababu ya hiyo mambo ya ombudsman. So hata saa hii tunasema hivi, hawa watu ndio wame waste our time, wamekaa chini, wamekuja with nothing. We need to tell them, can you go back to the drawing board? Can you address the issue of equitable distribution of our resources? Can you address the issue of over-representation that we are having as a nation? If they address those two issues, hiyo mambo ingine tutakuwa sawa.
Let's hear from Kenyan Mandamano. I get you.
I hear loud and clear, and I'm happy. Mzalendo today ako angry against what is going on in Kenya. Mboro as the same, and me too. Kweli kabisa, unaketi pahali hivi unajiuliza maswali mingi sana. Where is this money coming from for all these people ambao wamejiandikisha huko ama wameingia huko, wanajipea hizi pesa zote? Wananchi hana dawa, wananchi hana pesa za kupeleka mtoto shule, cost of living is going high. Hizi pesa zote zinaenda wapi? Na hizi zao wamejipatia zinatoka wapi? So you see, mwananchi ndio anakamuliwa kila kitu. Even if there was money for the government to give wananchi service, it's not going to be used for that purpose. It is going to go to these people's pockets. Na unashindwa, how many are they? They are very few, kulinganisha na millions of Kenyans who are suffering. So you wonder, hawa watu hawajaenda hapo kwa nia nzuri, hawakuenda hapo kwa nia ya mwananchi vile aliwachezea. ama akawaambia mimi nitafanya. This is like utadu. We have been saying that utadu. Mimi nitakula, nitalala, nitaamka asubuhi, nitakunywa, utadu. Because themselves, those chosen few, they are not feeling the high cost of living. Hata iende mkate ni 1,000. In fact, those people will buy. Sisi tutakuwa tunaionea kwa TV ambapo unapita, si ati kwako, kwa sababu hata TV utashindwa na kulipia hata hiyo stima ndio uweze kuiona. So they are curtailing life of Kenyans for their own benefit. And we have been singing this song. Wao wanajiangalia vile mambo yao itaenda vizuri, mwananchi wa Kenya hana haja. But it's only for now. I'm telling you, and I said here, Leo, Kenya is going to stand in a very different way. Na hakuna mtu ataichange tena, ni Mungu tu. Kwa sababu ukiangalia utaona hawa watu kawaida yao, na si kawaida kwa sababu kwa nini wakati wa Kibaki watoto walisoma bure na nchi ilikuwa inaendelea? Kwa nini wakati wa Uhuru na watoto walisoma bure na nchi ilikuwa inaendelea? Why is it this time round that everything has gone different, and why? That people cannot be able kujimudu, hawawezi hata chakula chenyewe cha mtoto huwezi pata. Ati watoto wanakula 1 meal ni kwa bahati. And when these people are sitting in parliament, they are talking of billions of money. Where is this money coming from? Why is it that they can talk about money and we are seeing them, they are getting bigger? The moment these people got to that office, I want you to look the picture of that guy when he was campaigning to get that chair. And you look at them this time round, you'll see the difference. And you'll understand that we Kenyans, we are suffering for nothing. It's not that Kenya doesn't have money to service us. Money is there. And the pain is that the most crucial thing, the basics, Kenya cannot afford because wao ndio wanataka wawe nazo. They can afford the basics even beyond. They can buy luxury things even beyond. Lakini mwananchi alale njaa. Let me say this. Kenyans are suffering because of their kwa sababu ya upendo wao. Being genuine, being promising, being hopeful, being that they believe you. That is why they are going through all this. But since you used those cunning ways of luring them to fall in the trap, now you look at them like trash. And that is exactly what it is. Angalia Wakenya wetu vile sasa wameharibika. Angalia Wakenya wetu vile wamedhoofika. Angalia Wakenya wetu saa hii kwa street ya Nairobi. Naona wengine ni kupigana, wanapigana na hao watu wa Kanjo. Why? Before it was like a game. People are chasing each other, but they are strong, they are happy. But now they stand firm. Come here. Ebu niletee hiyo kichwa yako. Ebu nikujie karibu. I'll fight with you. That is now the atmosphere of our country. Na haikuwa hivyo. Kwa hivyo sasa watu wametoa macho, wameangalia mbele, wameona sisi tumekuwa cornered unless we fight back. And that is what gonna happen. Hawa mabonyenye wacha tu wacheze hiyo mchezo wanacheza. One day, one time. Seriously, the way people are suffering, they will reach a point of no return. Na watatariet. And it will be so bad in the country. Na ni nani analeta hiyo shida? Same people. Wale waliwanyemelea, wakawaambia nini, wao ndio wanawakisha hii moto, ndio iendelee. Otherwise, Leo nitastop hapo. Mimi kweli kabisa nachukuaga Kenya kama my own house. Just the way I may feel pain when my child is doing wrong, and I'm trying to, to direct him or her this way, and he is doing wrong. The pain that I feel is what I'm feeling about Kenya, because really, where we are going home. We will be going home soon, and people want to be home. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, and we really appreciate that. And to everyone who also joined us today, we really appreciate and thank you. I would really like to know your views and maybe know what you think about this Nadco report, which is going to be a Nadco bill, because there's some part of it is going to be discussed in Parliament when it comes to this issue of leader of opposition, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Senate Oversight Fund. So such kind of things will have to be discussed in Parliament extensively. But there are some people who've also argued that, you see, this bill is going to disadvantage some parts of this country, while some parts of the country are going to benefit from the bill. So I don't know if this is true, and how true is it that a bill can be able to like benefit other parts of the country? Because if somebody is talking of having the leader of opposition, I don't think this leader of opposition is going to be a regional office, or somebody is talking of Senate oversight money. So does it, Mr. Jeff, I just want to know, does these bills, forget whether it is BBI or Nadco, does it stand to benefit Kenyans, or these issues that you're being told that there's some parts of the country that are going to be benefit are just stories to make us embrace it? And is there anything we can do to stop it?
Thank you, Mr. Rio. I want to say this, that our leaders have been taking us for a ride. And the most unfortunate thing is that they think that it is all about themselves. And now they have taken this joke even into our constitution. Because every time they are drafting laws, they think of themselves rather than thinking of the pride or of the good of the nation. And that is where they go wrong. That whenever I'm thinking on this law that we are going to amend, this law that we are going to put in place, how will it benefit me as a person, as a leader? Not thinking about the future generations, as if these people will be there forever. Any good leader put aside personal interest and think more of the nation, and is able to see the bigger picture of the nation for many years to come. They should be in a position to have a vision that this is how this nation will be 100 years to come. But what kind of foundation? Because a nation is built on a foundation of good laws, a foundation of good constitution. These people, they keep on raping our constitution, raping our laws, just to suit them for now. But they don't think about how will it be tomorrow. When you see that we are spending over 50% or 55% of our national revenue to pay recurrent expenditure, those are things that are supposed to be bothering our leaders. When you see that half of our revenue goes to pay loans, those are things that are supposed to be bothering our leaders. And because of such kind of uncontrolled borrowing, leaders were even supposed to sit down and say, this is how we shall be handling our borrowing. We cannot borrow beyond this. This is how we are supposed to bring down our recurrent expenditure so that we are able to have development. Do they even have time to think about that? All they think about is, if we go for the general election and someone loses, where will he go? I mean, that's a serious joke. And unless, and even we Kenyans, because we are so much inclined to our national leaders, that whatever they say becomes the law. Whatever they say, whether they speak like idiots, we think it is right because it is so and so who has said it. We have to come out of that level, and we start asking ourselves, from the time of independence until now, where have we gone wrong? Because when we go wrong in the law, the nation unless that law is changed. We will forever go wrong. Because, Leo, we have to appreciate the fact that Kenya has different tribes. And I have been listening to people in this platform who have very strong feeling that certain tribes have been ruling them for a very long time. And however much we want to say, oh, let us not talk about tribes, let us think of people basing on their agenda and blah, 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 blah. That is a statement of truth, that people in Kenya, we are so tribal. And now because we are so tribal, what do we do to ensure that people feel represented basing on where they come from? That is a question that the Nadco was supposed to discuss in totality. Because when shall a Masai become a president in Kenya? When shall a Kisii become a president in Kenya? Those are hard questions. But our leaders, are they prepared to tackle the real problems that bring our nation down? The problem of tribalism. Is there anybody who is saying, can we confront this monster? Because there is nothing bad like when people feel sidelined basing on their tribe. And that is how you see sometimes the nation elapse and everything is brought down and we destroy everything we have ever worked for. Now, Leo, if in this report, they are not discussing of the cost of living, in this report, they have not talked about the over-representation. In fact, they are even adding more representation to the same people. If in this report, they are not discussing on how we are going to export more than we import. If in this report, they are not even discussing on how we are going to have more companies and policies that will attract foreign investors in our country. In this report, they are not discussing about how our children are going to get free education. What are they telling us? Or what the most important things they have seen prudent to them to discuss is about leader of opposition and deputies, cabinet secretaries, and office of the cabinet, prime cabinet secretary. Really, surely, is that those are the things they want us to enact in our constitution? Instead of reducing the number of members of parliament, instead of saying, by the way, do you know even the previous provincial administrations, all what we needed to do is to retain them and just restructure the leadership.
But we still have them. I think Mzalendo will also agree with me. We still have those administrators. We are having the county
they are still there.
Commissioners. Each and every county is having a commissioner actually. And the sub-county commissioners. These are just the DCs and the DOs, and they're still earning salaries.
You can imagine. Why do we have two governments in one government? I mean, those are pertinent issues that these people were supposed to discuss. But to them, it's none of their business because they don't care when we say that we are overtaxed, because we have to pay the provincial administration, we have to pay the county administration, and we have to pay the national government, the cabinet secretaries and the like. So seriously, for me, I want to say this, especially to the young generation, that it is the high time we start now regrouping to, for one, to come up with a structured way on how we would like our government or our nation to be run. And we put it down. I know we have brilliant people. We can bring all the young lawyers that we have, all the young professionals that we have. We sit down. We come up. It doesn't matter whether we shall take 2 years coming up with a document. The document of the current generation that has, people who feel that we have been taken for a ride for a very long time. And we say, this is how we want our country to be run. And if our leaders are not willing to support it, we kick them out through the ballot, and we put in place people who are willing to implement things that will help the nation. Maana Kenya leo haitaendelea with the current structures of leadership, structures of laws that we have, Kenya haiwezi endelea. Lazima kukuwe na mapinduzi, sio mapinduzi ya vita, mapinduzi ya sheria, na itapinduliwa na wananchi ambao wataketi chini waseme mambo yangu ya binafsi kado, hisia zangu kado, tuangalie nchi yetu mahali itakuwa miaka 100, miaka 200 itakayokuja. Ukiona Amerika ikiwa very strong hivi, ni kwa sababu viongozi wao wakati wanafanya mambo ya sheria, they don't think about themselves. They don't think about ni kiti gani nitapata mimi kama Geoffrey. Wanafikiria hii nchi yetu itakuwa wapi miaka ijayo. But that is where our leaders miss the point.
Somebody is also saying in the comment section, good years, that right now it's about creating positions to please themselves so that coming 2027, everything will run smoothly because the house will have been organized.
Na kwanza niongeze hivi kwa viongozi ambao ni wa Mount Kenya ama viongozi wote ambao wanakuja from the populated areas. This is the time for you to show that really you care for your people. This is the time to tell William Ruto, ulipokuchagua ulisema ya kwamba utaangalia hilo jambo, na hili jambo lazima liangaliwe sasa, kwa sababu kama halitaangaliwa saa hii, litaangaliwa lini? We want to see that people are getting equitable distribution of the resources, and these resources they are not given, it is their money. Yani ni pesa yao, wanasema chenye sisi tunatoa.
I'm in the mood of talking about this right now. My mind is not there. Can you like talk about it one time? Because you just choose to talk about stuff with them.
Kenya Revolutionary, what is it?
No, sorry, go ahead. Chelsea won. That's all I want to say, but go ahead. Sorry.
So nilikuwa nasema hivi, ni wakati muhimu. It is the high time viongozi wetu waseme venye tunataka kusikia, kwa sababu sisi ndio tumewaweka katika bunge. Waambia William Ruto, sasa hatutaki hii mchezo tena, mchezo ya kuona ya kwamba watu, kwa sababu kulingana na population ya watu ndivyo tu hao watu huwa wanatoa taxes nyingi, na wanasema hivi, wacha kiwango ambacho tunatoa tuhisi ya kwamba wakati hiyo kiwango inarudi kwetu in terms of development, in terms of bursaries and all that, we can see the value of our money, of our taxes. Na hiyo sio mbaya kuuliza watu kusema hapana, sisi tunanyanyaswa. And this is the high time tunataka viongozi wote, tabaka zote wakisema ya kwamba we want to see equitable distribution of our resources. Na tukisema hivyo hatusemi watu wengine wanyang'anywe, tunasema ya kwamba hata heri national government ikuwe na pesa kidogo, kama hiyo ndio itafanya katika county watu wa feel ya kwamba pesa yao inarudi kujenga counties zao. That is one of the parting ways. Ati waambie Ruto, kwa sababu yeye ndiye kwa serikali, ya kwamba hii jambo ambalo halikuongelelewa, we have to go back to the drawing board to we come up with a formula of one man, one shilling, one vote. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo to me, hiyo ni kitu ambayo inastahili kuangaliwa, kwa sababu leo haiwezekani ya kwamba kaunti zingine zinaweza mpaka patia watoto wao 100,000 waende wakasomee ng'ambo. Lakini unakuta kwenu huko kwenu Kisumu, kwenye kuko populated, I have been to Kisumu has so many people. Utakuta ya kwamba gavana wa huko kuweza kupatia mtoto 5,000 ni kazi kubwa sana. Those are the kind of things we are saying these leaders are supposed to look at. Na mimi ningekuwa kiongozi ama nikuwe ninapenda president namna gani, naweza muangalia kwa macho ni muambie, kwa hili hatutaweza kusikizana mpaka wakati turekebishe. And that is what they are supposed to do. That is why we have the members of parliament and the senators. I mean, to help us be in a position to distribute the national cake evenly to all the people of Kenya.
Thank you. Let me bring in Kenya Revolutionary. Kenya Revolutionary, I think this is something we've been talking of, and you're among the people who really opposed to the BBI because apart from being that it was brought in a manner that was not constitutional, I guess you'd have opposed it even if it followed the structures within the constitution. But after some Kenyans having opposed BBI, they are now going to embrace the Nadco. If you look at Nadco report, you read the report through, you'll find that there's no big difference with the BBI. It is just the terms that have been used and maybe the people that were involved, with only one constant. Raila Odinga is the only thing that is constant there. So what is your take on that? Do you think Kenyans should entertain such kind of things, or it is high time that Kenyans should say, no, we don't need to embrace this thing? Already we've seen some leaders who've already started saying that, okay, they are distancing themselves with that thing. They don't want to be part of it. The first one was Eugene Wamalwa, which was among the people who sat in that committee. With him, he said because the cost of living has not been addressed, then he feels ashamed and he's not even going to take allowances from the government kitty for having participated in coming up with such kind of document. You've seen Wamuchomba, that is the Githunguri MP, saying that, okay, she is opposing that report on two grounds. Number one, there is no cost of living address. Then number two, the representation of the people of Central, that is the equitable distribution of resources. And she proposed that the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote be included there, so that when they're distributing resources, they distribute it not equally, but based on the number of people who are going to benefit. So karibu sana Kenyan revolutionary, and you can also weigh on that.
Yeah, Neil, just give me a few minutes. Like, I don't know how long it'll be. Like 25 minutes. I'll be listening. Just give it to somebody else.
Okay, no problem, no problem. I think I saw Boniface, I think he drops. I'll just get it back to Mzalendo. Mzalendo, the only constant there is Raila Odinga, who also appeared in the BBI. So what is now different there? Because if I know you've gone through some of the pages of some of the highlights, you'll find that these things are the same. So what do you think is so difficult, is different, that these guys are going to use to convince people to believe in the Nadco?
You know, let us look at the electoral base that Raila controls. These are the base that says kama ni left, kama ni right, kama ni kuingia kwa shimo, wacha tuingie kwa shimo. So for Nadco, they'll not even look at it. They'll say kama baba amesoma tutaipitisha. Look at Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is divided into Kenya Kwanza. There might be a bit of reasoning in the group. We'll have people like Wamochomba who has come out and say this is not something that we had earlier on thought about. It does not address the concerns of my people. One hero of the day is Eugene Wamalwa. This is somebody that I never respected in terms of our politics, not for any reason. I didn't see him appearing anywhere. I've only seen him being appointed in various capacities, but I've not looked at him deeply to understand his kind of politics. If he stood firm and said that this is not the report that we actually went to discuss, then he is on the side of the people. And somebody like that, he does not have a huge political following, but this is somebody we can elevate to some point and say that this guy can represent the people, can represent our views at some point in his politics. So those are the people who I feel we should be talking much about, because for the Azimio side, they represent an electoral college that think like, you know, they know it all, but they know a bit of nothing. They will pass that thing the way it is. Yeah, they will pass it the way it is, and later on complain. But this bill is not meant for the people, and everybody should rise up and say, you know, this is not what we bargained for. I want to see Sifuna in his next TV interview praising the report, and then we will realize that these are not the leaders that we want tomorrow. Yeah, if we are already overrepresented, Leo. And one thing I need to tell you, that this thing will pass. And for one, it will be taken to the county assemblies. The county assemblies have been used by the MCAs to make money. When a bill is brought by the government, the opposition side, that is Azimio, will find fault in it and resist it until they are bribed is when they will come and pass the bill. That is what happens in the assemblies. Today, all the county assemblies, all of them, do not do anything called public participation. And the reason why is because the executive that is supposed, the MCAs are supposed to oversight, ensure that these MPAs get maximum trips abroad, maximum chances abroad. And when they come, because I was in Mekura, they cannot even oversight the executive.
Exactly.
When a county is calm, yani imenyamaza, ujue hapo kuna kuliwa. Look at the big conference that we had in Omagui.
Yeah.
There was nobody asked me whether this conference is important to us. But millions of county funds were used to facilitate that particular conference. That particular concept, was it important to the people? Nobody was asked. But again, they end up facilitating. Hii nchi ni wakora watupu. And unaona pesa ingine inaitwaga hapa, inaitwa Disasters Management Fund.
Where does this money go to? Because we've been having disasters and we see this organized system,
The Disaster Management Fund, where you come from in Siaya, you've not had disaster for the last many years. But every year, that fund is exhausted, depleted, and money meant for other projects are taken to the Disaster Management Fund. And you know why? Because when it comes to a disaster, there's no way the auditor will be able to quantify how much was spent in case of a flood, in case houses burned. They will just put it on record that we used it to manage a disaster, which was looming. That is how we are being fooled. That is how our money is being stolen. Tunaibiwa and psychophancy. Psychophancy, Leo, psychophancy. Mimi ni mtu wa baba. Baba akisema, amesema, tuwezi fikiria mambo mara ingine. So we need to run away from that. This BBI, this Nadco report is just a sympathy to what BBI had. We are overrepresented, and the women. Just before the report was out, listen to this. Just before the report was out, these ladies met the president, and they said, led by Sabina Chege, they said the affirmative action has to be in the Nadco report. Lazima ikuwe included in the Nadco report. They have included Aisha Jumu and the rest. You see that group that Aisha Jumu are meeting Baba? That was the whole idea. So the Nadco, the 2/3 gender rule included in the report. Wage bill goes up. Kazi women rep kwa constituency, kwa county, hatujajua ni nini haswa inafanya nini. So women rep kazi yake ni kushughulika mambo ya mama kwa county. MP kazi yake pia ni kushughulikia wana constituency wake, a duplication of what the women rep does. Senator now has been added a fund, yeye pia shughulikie wanawake na watu wote wa constituency yake. Governor is now the overall, and all these people, and all these people,
and this thing is bringing them together. Nobody is opposing each other. They are just, all of them are just working together to ensure it's implemented.
All of them are working together. Nobody will will have the guts to say. The governor will not have any guts to say, hii pesa mnawekea senators, it's not good, yeah, in their governing council, because they know the senators oversight us. So lazima tuwachezee vizuri to ensure that they are happy. Aya, ukirudi hapa kwa hapa parliament,
Yes.
when the bill will be drafted, they say yeah, hii lazima tupitishe ndio senators wakuwe comfortable na sisi. Unajua juu mambo yetu ipitishwe vizuri, lazima tupitishe hii bill. Hata ikienda kitu yote tukifanya, ikienda Senate lazima itapita. So ni kuchezewa game, tunachezewa, tumepangwa, tukapangika, and we don't have a leader who is representing the views of the people. They represent the views of themselves and a few cronies who are surrounding them. Raila Odinga is satisfied when his friends get appointment in government and his family. Ruto is satisfied when when the country is calm and he can continue doing his job with his people and the people around the table. They are okay. So Kenya is calm. The Western countries are okay. That this fool, so long as wapatie maviti na hiyo, and they keep on borrowing IMF and they cannot control their budget and all that, we are okay. The opposition leader is satisfied and smiling. Tumpeleke huko AU. We have talked to other countries. He is smiling. His 2.4 million is in the bag. Baba is satisfied. Kalonzo Musyoka, let's think about this baga here. Tutampatia kiti ya opposition leader. The comeback people will be smiling all the way that they have a kiti hapo. Alafu haleluya, tufikirie nini prime cabinet secretary, hiyo washapata, tuwaongezee ingine moja. Watu wa Mombasa tuwapatie deputy. People are happy. Joe is in government. Kalonzo is in government. Raila is in AU. Minority leader, let's give us this. Au vijana wadogo wanapiga kelele hapa kaki na Babu Owino. Bora akuwe minority, shika hiyo minority. They will keep quiet ina kifuna. Hizo mdomo because whatever position they get, it comes with a package.
With the package, they have government cars, the cars are being fueled, extra security. So these guys, as Goodyear is saying that both sides have been played, Azimios and the Kenya Kwanza supporters. We just have to hold hands for a better Kenya.
I agree with Goodyear. Goodyear, hapo umesema ndio tuko. When the government is not doing the right thing, tutatoka hapo na tuambie you are wrong. When people is thinking about themselves and the cost of living was the issue, no compensation for the victims who died during Maandamano, that is absolutely wrong. That is absolutely wrong for Raila. That is absolutely wrong for the people in Azimio. Those children didn't have to die. It was just a matter of a document that you needed. You should have just made a phone call to Ruto and sat down with him somewhere, have a cup of tea and decide on what you want to do with the country. You should have not taken us to the streets only to come up with a piece of paper that satisfies you and your people.
I get you. Let us bring in Boniface. I think hajazungumzia hii maneno for long. We can now hear from him as we proceed. Boniface, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Leo.
Yes, watu wanatoa hisia zao. Hii mambo ya BBI na Nadco, as it stands, haisaidii wa Kenya. And it's likely that the MPs and the senators are going to pass it simply because they're the ones who stand to benefit. So do you agree with that? And if you agree with that, what can Kenyans do? Kenyans who feel that this thing is not meant for them and it doesn't satisfy their needs and it's not about them. Like the most important thing that was supposed to touch on Kenyans was the cost of living, but this one wasn't addressed. It wasn't addressed. It is the only thing that made Kenyans to go out. Those people who are putting on for years, whenever you ask them, why are you going for the demonstration? They will tell you the cost of living. What is your take?
One thing I know about Kenya is that laws are made without even engaging public. There is no public participation, and that is very important. So I think this article and the report that is going to be passed by the parliament, I know definitely it's going to be passed because we know that the UDA government has a lot of members in both houses, that is the Senate and the National Assembly. So they're going to pass this report, and again, common mwananchi will have no say when it comes to this report. So I think this article is going to benefit some people, but others will be left unconsidered. Yeah.
So I get you, Mr. Kimanzi. Really, it's a sad state for our country. And the Kenyans are not learning. Muzalendo have really said that, okay, the problem is that we listen to our politicians so much that we cannot be able to maybe think on our own. But again, this role is normally given to the politicians. When they talk of this thing called public participation, Muzalendo, the politicians are the ones who normally choose the people who come for the public participation. Remember, public participation that happens in this country, it's always like a politician's meeting. They're the ones who will call people, and the media, whatever, will come, and it will be satisfied that there was a public participation. You won't just walk into public participation if you don't have any connection with that MCA or that MP or that senator who called for public participation.
Leo, maybe just
Yes.
a bit before I forgot what I wanted to tell you. At that point,
yes.
at particular point that you are raising, public participation according to Chapter 10 of the Constitution or something like that. I'm not sure of the Constitution clauses. I think Chapter 10.
Yeah.
This public participation, when devolution started, the MCAs and everybody else was doing it. I remember I went to one public participation where the area MCA was met the public and was asking questions, and we were responding on what should be done.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they really care about it anymore? I don't
Not
think
really.
about any public participation. And I want to bring in a story that, not even a story, I want to bring in a perspective that nobody is thinking about, or maybe the Constitution never envisioned, that there will be a situation where the minority are not represented in any assembly. What happens when the minority are not represented in anywhere in the Kenyan government? Now, at the national level, the minority is represented, but at the county level, how are the minority being represented? If I don't agree with Azimio policies at my county level, where should I raise the issue? The Constitution of Kenya never addressed that.
It doesn't like allow any platform that can give Kenyans maybe some other avenue to go and address the issue. Like if the public participation has been done and in this public participation you're not given enough time to attend, then it means that is the end of it. When they go to court, the court will simply ask, was there public participation? Yes, there was. These are the minutes. These are the photos of the people who participated. These are the names and the ID numbers and the signatures of the people who participated. And that is all. They will not ask you, how did you get these people? Which criteria did you use in choosing the people? And some of the people who even participate, they're people from different regions, not maybe specifically in the areas where these things are supposed to be implemented. So that is what happens.
Yeah, and it is in Central.
Yeah.
Kenya Kwanza dominates all the assemblies. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
In Nyanza, ODM dominates all the seats in all the assemblies. In these particular regions, there are people who did not vote for Kenya Kwanza. There are people who did not vote for ODM in Nyanza. When they go for public participation, there will be this minority that did not vote, presenting their views. They're in each and every assembly. These are minorities that did vote for neither political party or the independent. They will also represent their view. But majority will always be this particular dominant political party. Where is the minority represented in Kenya? In Nadco report, they are represented.
Yeah.
BBI, they were represented. In the Assembly of Kenya, where the laws are made, or in Parliament, where are the minority? In the affirmative action, 2/3 gender rule, where are the minority being represented? Women are not the minority in this country. There are other people who have got no voice that need representation. And this thing of women empowerment should Leo.
Yes.
I don't know why you are removing me on the stage each and every time.
No, I'm not removing you. I've
Okay.
not removed you.
Whatever happened, it's unfortunate that ilikuwa inafanyika hapo. Sasa zile nilikuwa na jaribu kusema what is really happening.
No,
But I think Maliza, maybe I can
you
give
can,
it.
you can just proceed. There's no problem.
No. I think I'd executed my point, what I really wanted to say at this particular time.
That is good. But there's also this thing that is happening in Mzalendo. Yeah, I don't know. Like people are saying that, you see, the BBI was supposed to benefit the parts of the central Kenya, that is the mountain Kenya, looking at the most of the proposals that were in the BBI, unlike the Nadco, which now they feel like is not going to benefit the parts of Mount Kenya. So is this one just another politics to incite the people from the mountain not to embrace the Nadco, or it's something that is really factual?
You see, Mount Kenya people, they should start thinking that they are also Kenyans. There are also other Kenyans out there. They should not always be thinking about themselves. I think Mount Kenya has become too selfish. Everything they have representation. They have everything that they want. but they keep on demanding more. It's like this glutton child that you have in your house. Yeye akulagi saa zile watoto wanakula, lakini anataka abakishwe chakula mingi kushinda watu wengine. Ama saa zile chakula inapakuliwa according to the size of the family. Yeye anasema, you know, my body is huge. Mimi nimenona kama mimi Manzalendo namna hii. Nimenona, nimeshona, mimi nafaa kutaka chakula mingi, unajua. So yeye akitaka, anataka pakiliwe ugali kubwa, anataka apatiwe kila kitu kubwa. But the revenue in the country is not enough to give everybody else what they need. That is why counties like Nyandarua that make a lot of money cannot get cannot get some equal amount like other counties that don't make so much. Counties like Kiambu, their revenue connection and what they bring into the government is a lot. So their allocations as per the national government budget, when it goes to the county, is more than areas like Homa Bay. So these are some of the things that needs to be looked at. That when you collect a lot, if you are bringing in more money at the county level and bringing into the national government, and what should be plowed back to your county is something equivalent or nearly the same as what you're bringing in. See ati kuhesabu watu ati personally bring revenue.
But I think that one happens from the collection they make. I think there is an equitable percentage that remains with them at the county level. Yeah, I don't think the national government picks everything from the counties. So yeah, the argument was like, you look at the national government constituency development funds, they're arguing that, you see, when they're distributing this fund, they're distributing it equally among the 290 constituencies. So here is a constituency like, let's say, Mandera North is having about, the population there is less compared to the population that we're having in Githunguri. So you find that when they are distributing, they're giving some bursaries in Mandera, all the children are going to get some good money compared to when you're distributing this amount in places like Githunguri. You'll find that in Mandera, maybe each kid will be able to get like 20 to 25,000. But in Kiambu, you'll now be restricted to giving 3,000 if you have to give it to everybody. Doesn't this one make sense when they talk of now we should be distributing money based on population rather than just the geographical boundaries?
Yeah, the needs in Mandera and the needs in Kiambu are so different. Yeah, and the ratios are also different. As much as they are talking one man, one vote, and there are many in terms of population. The area that Mandera covers is wide. In terms of population, if it is to connect them with pipe water, then the area is very, very wide. It will cost more money to have electricity connected in Mandera than it will cost in a place like Kiambu. All right. In terms of infrastructure, roads and all that, it will cost the county government more money to build the road networks in areas in Mandera than roads that have been built by the national government in Kiambu, Githunguri. There are more roads in Kiambu, Githunguri that are being serviced by the national government than there are roads in Mandera. For example, in Mandera, they would be constructing new roads that have never been there before. In areas that I come from, there are roads that have never been opened. There are people who have never seen a road, Amaram Road. Amaram Road, they have to walk a distance to see Amaram Road. They have never seen a bridge that crosses from one lake to the other, from one side to the other side. And these are the challenges in each and every county. As much as we say one shilling, one what, that is just a selfish gimmick to ensure that they get enough money in their counties or in their constituencies. But the needs of each and every constituency is so different. And if you were to equate them, each and every one of them, then you'll see that it is balancing out perfectly.
I get it. Kenyan Mandamano, I can see your hands are up. I know you want to react to that. Yes.
Yes, I want to reiterate or respond to Mzalendo. Mzalendo, when you talk about infrastructure, I get confused because I believe the government has got different categories of this is for bursary, this is for infrastructures, this is for what in every county. Now, when we mix up about 1 man, 1 shilling, it becomes difficult for us to understand. It was well explained that you cannot give equity funds for an area rather than the people who are living there. And I believe what we are talking about, 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, is the people who live there. You cannot go to an area where there are no people and start pouring money. You first of all save life, and that is what government first has to do. You give what basics the human beings need before you go to infrastructures. In fact, those are very they are not priority of any place. First of all, if it comes a need be, then the government should sit down and see which infrastructure is needed in a certain area. If it is about water, actually, even I would say the governments which have been there even before, they have taken too long to get these people something to drink. And we Kenyans, most Kenyans, they were wondering, why is the government not able to go and dig boreholes for these people not to be suffering like this? Because water is life. And where there is water, you have to know that there will be also crops growing so that people don't suffer about food and everything. So we cannot mix our about the infrastructure and bursary or 1 man, 1 vote. We are talking about helping Kenyans to go to the next step before we talk of houses or infrastructures, because now there are children who are going to school and they are living in a muddy house, and they are making that stride of going to school and they are living. But if the parent decides that, oh no, my children are not going to school, I first have to build my stone house. That's not logic. And it's not even necessary at that juncture. If you wanted to have a stone house, you would have built it before these children were born or they have grown to an extent of going to school. School for those children is very essential and is a priority for a parent. So let's not talk about the area, and even those senators or parliamentarians, they have talked about not about the area, it's about the people, the population who live there. That's what we are talking about. And people understood. But they are trying to disregard this. They have disregarded this actually for a long time, which has a meaning to the people who live there. For the sake of everybody in Kenya to live a comfortable life is to have what it takes for a human being to grow up. Basics and also education. Before even coming to houses or whatever, basics and what a human means. Basics. So when we talk about these other things like infrastructure, let them come later when we have settled this. And because there is a lot of money being mismanaged, that's the pain of Kenyans where it is. This money is totally enough for Kenyans who really want to go to the step of going to school, the step of going to the hospital, the step of having good areas of living, security. The money is there, it's being mismanaged. Uangalie hawa watu vile wananunua vitu gali gali, na bado hawa watu wanapewa mishahara yao. Why can't they use their mishahara to buy their luxurious things rather than going to kutosha wananchi mali, pesa ambayo hawawezi hata kupata. Sasa mnawaingilia hata maisha yao inaharibika kwa sababu hawezi kujipanga. That's my point, and I don't know whether I misunderstood you, Mr. Muzalendo, because infrastructures, really, those comes after umeshibisha watoto wako. Watoto wakishiba, watoto wameenda shule. The rest of the money, even they will not ask you, where did you take the money? Continue with the other business when things are settled. I think that is what I wanted to say. I'm still here. Asante.
I think you got that, unless you want to maybe elaborate or respond to that. Huh?
I really want to respond to and how the president walked around the 1 man 1 shilling that the Central Kenya people were confronting. I think Ruto downplayed it so perfectly, and during his campaigns, he finished that debate. But Mount Kenya people seems to be, they seem to want to really trigger that issue back at 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote. Okay, this is a principle that basically says that, yes, we are the voting bloc, we are so many of us, and we need services. Now, if you look at Central Province right now, then you come to areas that I've talked about, for example, Ukambani. If you look at the level of hospitals that are in Central Province and the level of hospitals that are in Kitui, for example, and the services that are provided, and then you go back to Northeastern and you look at the issue of banditry, and then you say, it is okay for those people to die. You cannot allocate more resources in terms of security, because Central people of Kenya are demanding 1 vote, 1 man, 1 shilling. And the nature of security in Northeastern is wanting, and people are dying. So should the government allocate more resources or money to Central, to Northeastern, or should the government leave Northeastern for people to die, or Pokot, because Central people are saying they need their 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 man debate? So, and is it sustainable? The big question is that, is this issue of 1 man, 1 shilling sustainable for the economy of Kenya if we go that direction? Yeah. Is it sustainable? Are you looking at the numbers? Are you looking at our revenue, how much we are collecting as a country? And if we go that direction, will we be able to sustain each and every county in Kenya? Does it increase our revenue allocations? And what does it say about when we demand that? What does it say about our taxes? Do we increase the taxes of the people? so that we can sustain the 1 man, 1 shilling vote. And then again, you look at what the Nadco report has brought. So this was a selfish ploy by people of Central Kenya, and it was something that they wanted for themselves and government to do for them. As the people of Kenya, they never thought about other regions. They were thinking about their voting blocks and the numbers that they bring in the electoral process. It was nothing about service delivery. It was nothing about they don't have enough schools in Central. It was nothing about they don't have enough roads in Central. It was nothing but their voting block and what they bring to the government of the day. Now they are demanding this because, one, we voted you, Ruto, in. We have the numbers. What do we have in return? If they were bargaining of 1 man, 1 shilling vote as a measure, then they should be telling us what the people of Northeasterns, how they are going to deal with the banditry. For example, what kind of allocation do we allocate in terms of revenue? Because the revenue is so wide. What you might need in Central as maybe that costs maybe $1,000, maybe $10,000 or yeah, just about 10,000. It might be double that in Northeastern. Double that in Northeastern when it comes to another area, an area of security. So it is something that the president played so well. I congratulate him because he had gone the direction of the political class and the voters, what they were demanding. Then the revenue would have increased drastically. Yeah, the politics of 1 man, 1 man's seeks to favor development in areas which have got abundant resources. Yeah. These areas have got enough resources. They have land, they have rainfall, they have transport, they have power utilities, they have got development going on. It is just a selfish ploy, and that's my issue.
You can proceed.
Did you hear me?
Yes. Some hands are up, so maybe she can proceed.
Yeah, I don't know whether I am understanding Mzalendo. For me, if I may understand about what is going on, there is no suggestion that whoever is getting 1 million to be deducted from them will be then give it to Central. Whatever the amount that they are getting, let it be. But how are they dividing these funds? How are they giving it? How can it be that where there are many people, there is no much fund, but where there are less people, there is more fund? When you say it's a selfish way, I don't get it. Simply because other people are not complaining, simply because maybe they are getting enough. And I would put it that way because Broadway people are talking about Central are complaining. That means the rest of the people are getting enough. So it is only Central who are not getting enough. Why do I say so? When the government are hearing some people are complaining of equity, then you should eye there and see the problem, where is it coming from? If we talk about an area of where 10 people lives and another small area where 1,000 people lives, when you take 1 gunia of maize to 10 people and 1 gunia to 1,000 people, what are you doing? When you talk about infrastructures, now that's why I'm saying, Mzalendo, please, There is a confusion there. What we are talking about, one van, one vote, one shilling, is about their life capability, the uplifting of those people's life. It's not about infrastructures. Tuachane na kusema habari ya barabara ama area ni kubwa, kuna mambo mingi itafanyika huko, na hiyo banning tree, whatever, insecurity, well, all those things are in budget of the country, of the government of the country. It's not about what we are talking general. It's not a general thing. They are categorized. If I'm not mistaken, this is for bursary, this is for security, this is for water, this is for other stuff. And I believe that is how the ministry have been divided. So the minister for education or the minister for finance ought to be so well calculating what is going to happen here and what is here. You cannot say 5 plus 5 is 5. That is to say that those people who are 5 should get more than those people who are 10. And this one will never understand each other and will never agree. Wacha kusema habari ya barabara. I would say Central, whatever has gone on development-wise, is because most of the governments have concentrated on developing the closure and the areas whereby people have been trying to work hard. Uko unasema watu hao ni kweli wako, and still the government have not forgotten them. But they cannot be given more than the people who are working day and night, actually. That is what I would put. And I'm not segregating anybody in Kenya. Wherever people are working and their output is greater, they should be supported. In Kisumu, there are many people. In Western Kenya, there are many people. In Akamba, there are many people. In Masai, there are many people. But this division of funds should be taken into account and let them be serious of what they are doing. Ikiwa ni mambo ya maji, iko na minister wa maji ambaye ataomba pesa kwa serikali aende achimbie hao watu maji. Ikiwa kuna minister wa transport, let huyo mtu wa transport ajue uko Maral ama uko Marsabit hakuna barabara. But we are talking about bursary. Ile itasaidia mtoto wa hiyo area aende shule. I don't know whether we are getting it right or what we are talking about. We are talking about children who are going to school. Those are the children we are supporting when we are talking here about bursary. And I know bursary falls on a different category. It's not about infrastructure. Whatever Ruto played, he didn't play good, because you cannot put education away from the people of Kenya. People need to go for education. They need to learn, and they need to be proud of themselves going to school and achieving their goal. Lakini mambo ya kusema ati infrastructure, those are things that we cannot count right now when our children are still at home. We don't. Kwa hivyo hii mambo si ati ni ya mchezo, na tuongei tu tuongee, tuwe serious kama wazazi. Hata wewe mzalendo hutaki kuona mtoto wako anarandaranda hapo nje hajaenda shule. You'll be happy when he leaves in the morning na anakuja jioni unamuuliza how did the day go? Do you have homework? Those are the parents who cares. Lakini mkisema ati wale wengine wapewe kile watapewa, yani you ignore such kind of a sensitive issue. This is very sensitive for children to go to school. And that is what we are looking for. Forget about barabara. Kama basi sisi kama barabara zilijengwa Central, let it be. But we are not on that kind of category. We are on children going to school, bursary. Ambazo Hatuwezi sema ati wale wakipewa zile wanapewa mamilioni zao wanaenda kujenga barabara, that is why they should get it. They are still getting money for barabara, and they are getting more money for their children to go to school. And that is why there is an alarm that their children are going abroad with this bursary money, while others in Kenya, they cannot go to school, even in their own country, even in their own area, village, they cannot go to school, simply because they don't have money. That is my point. And I don't understand how we are mixing infrastructure and bursary. Education. Education is education. Infrastructure is infrastructure. Na hiyo iwe separated. We talk about a sensitive situation of the children who are going to school as young as they are, so that they can complete their education in a proper age. Lakini the more we are delaying them, the more we are putting them in danger. They might reduce to the interest of going to school. Na hiyo itakuwa ni shida kwa mzazi. Kwa hivyo hii one man, one shilling, one vote lazima iongelelewe. Iwe isiwe, Wakenya tusimame na tukatae kabisa. Those two sensitive things, cost of living and one man, one vote, inatakiwa iongelelewe. Hata huko watu wengine wako wengi, wacha Central, they could be feeling the same, because I have seen people talking about a mother who cannot take her children to school. Hana pesa. Kwa nini? Na serikali iko na shule iko, lakini hawezi enda sababu anatakiwa alipe pesa. So I'm not talking about Central. Central is not in my mind. I'm talking about Kenyan. Hata yule ako Marsabit, yule ako Moyale, yule ako Samburu, wherever, wote tuwe one man, one vote, one shilling. You will hear the country quiet. People are busy. Children are in school with no complaint. That's my point. Santi.
Can I say something, or there's somebody's hand up there? Hello? Leo? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Am I in this one? Hello? Something. It's like I'm in this studio alone. Everybody dropped. So what? Good evening. me what's up in the studio. Hello, can you hear me? This is Leo. Can you hear me? Welcome back. And tell me what today in your. Leo. This is interesting. I could not see, I don't see Leo in the screen. Leo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Wacha nimulike torch nione.
Can you remove one?
Sorry?
I'm logged in.
I can hear you. I can hear you well.
Can you remove my? I think I'm.
Okay. I know.
Drop
Let me
one.
remove one. Okay. Good.
Did you drop?
Yes. Don't return it. Yeah.
Kenya. Amano is there.
Sorry?
Is Kenya there?
I don't know if
There's something that happened. I don't know what happened. That you all.
No. Mine is the power and whatever that has gone. So I'm just hotspotting from the phone. For the Kenyan Mandamano, I don't know the problem.
No, yeah, you dropped, and everybody. I just logged in.
You also dropped, but mine was power. It doesn't need to affect you.
I don't know. Because I caught myself in the studio at some point. So actually, I have let me log back in. Let me just log back in. Talk about it.
Okay, sorry. This is wow. Okay. Let me play this one just to. Wow.
President, the two chairs of the Nadco, National Dialogue Committee, the members, Your Excellency, with your permission, at this point, allow me to invite one of the co-chairs, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, to take over the program.
Your Excellency, the President and the Deputy President, Your Excellency, allow me to begin with introducing these members because I'm told there's only one mic. I'll just introduce them on this side, and when I invite the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, you'll invite the team on the other side. Our deputy leader of delegation was Cecily Mbarire, who is in Embu, was not able to make it. Senator Aaron, our leader of majority in the Senate, was part of our team. Mheshimiwa Catherine Wambilianga was part of our team. Mheshimiwa Omar Hassan, who claims he represents 350 million East Africans, was part of the team. Our lead, the team of our experts, or our committee experts, were led by Advocate Mudomi Viankolu, assisted by Biketi, and Dr. Duncan Ojuang, and Linda Musumba, who also has an apology. She had traveled to Kunda. Mr. Abisai, Senate is Josephine Kusini from the Senate, as part of the Secretariat from Parliament. Jemima Waigwa, also part of the Secretariat, and they were led by Nicholas Emijen. And that was the Secretariat that was serving us from the National Assembly. I think the other side I will ask the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka to introduce once I'm done. Your Excellency, this afternoon we had occasion to visit the former Prime Minister at his Capitol Hill offices, and we have officially handed over the work that yourself and him did task this team to do. And Your Excellency, as we have mentioned there, we had a difficult start at the beginning, but all these members of this team were quite magnanimous in the engagements that we got into. And amidst all the difficulties that we had at the beginning, even not being able to agree on a common agenda, we were able to put together all the agendas that were brought by both teams and reduce them to 5 thematic areas that we handled, and were able to agree on almost 90% of the issues that were before us. The few issues that we could not agree on, we like the cost of living. The Azimio team had their views. We had our very strong views on that issue, and we agreed they would give us an opportunity to do what we are supposed to do as government, or as an administration charged with the responsibility of dealing with the cost of living, as we also give them the opportunity to continuously critique what we are doing. And I believe they have been doing that, and they will continue doing that. Your Excellency, there are a few other issues that we could not agree on, and we decided that we will refer those to yourself and the former Prime Minister, and you will see them contained in the report, the issues that you should consult between you and the former Prime Minister. And we believe you also endeavor to settle on those outstanding issues. We have since tabled the report in both houses. It's now formally adopted by both houses. We have begun the work of implementation. We have already published 2 bills, the bill on IEBC to reestablish the panel for selection of the IEBC commissioners, and a bill on EACC. Those are already published, and we reduced the publication timeline for the IEBC one to 1 day. And I believe the JLA committee in both houses will begin work on it to start public participation and process the bills. Your Excellency, finally, amidst all the challenges I say that we had, we also had lessons that we learned, that there is no challenge that is not surmountable when people speak to each other. We have been reminded by the former Prime Minister that we must never forget what brought us to Nadco and how we got there. And we must honor those who lost their lives, those who lost their businesses and property in this country, by ensuring that we fulfill what we have agreed on. That is going to be achieved through legislative interventions. Myself, the Honorable Pio and I, the Honorable Aaron Cheruyot, and Justice Madzayo, we will work hard to ensure that Parliament as an institution works towards the fulfillment of what we ought to do as Parliament. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, allow me now to invite my co-chair and the leader of the Azimio delegation to invite his team and make his remarks.
Your Excellency and dear brother.
Are you a low-skilled worker looking to immigrate to Canada? Look no further. This video will discuss the top 5.
My colleagues, Kimani, allow us to have some light moments. This is a radical, but he's now a refined diplomat. it's a process of this dialogue. We are honored that you found time to see us, and we are here to make a presentation. We are very happy to do so, because as we make this presentation, we realize it is not just to William Ruto or Raila Odinga, but it's a thing for our country. But before I continue, our team here, you know everybody. You know, a head of state knows everybody, even those who think he doesn't know them. So Opio Andai, a leader of the minority, and was also deputizing our side. And you know, Senator Omgen Nyamira is a senior counsel. So for me, as far as I'm concerned in this group, I don't think of another learned brother. So that is Omgeni. Amina has just prayed for us. She's from all the way from the coast in Kilifi. Sorry, Malindi. Malindi, member for Malindi. And the head of our technical team was Mheshimiwa Jeremiah Kioni, whom you know very well. And we had technical teams here, Adam Zolo, Abubakar Zain, and we have that lady who works, Wangechi, works with Wandai, and she was in our team, communications. Have I left out anybody else? We have apologies of Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, and also, no, just Eugene actually, because Amina was not with us when we met Raila several minutes ago, I think about 2 hours ago. So I think she wanted to come and meet the president first before she sees Honorable Raila. So we are very honored. And as Kimania said, it took us quite a while. First of all, to develop goodwill was not easy. And some of us nearly got killed during those demonstrations. And you have the brief. So we were very angry. Oh, I saw Kimani, I saw this man, noisy fellow from Kikuyu. So, but at the end of it, and I must tell you, the diplomat in our team is Aaron. I can tell you that Aaron, I removed my hat. When the issues were very difficult, Aaron would come in and give us a way forward. The technical team did exceedingly well. We had hard positions. I reserve my comments. I reserve my comments. Those were the moments. Thank you, Mr. President. You see, you've been following. I told you, you can't hide anything from my head of state. So today we are very happy to come before you and Deputy President to make this presentation. One of the things we had great difficulty with was they kept on saying, His Excellency the President. We were very angry with them. Who gave you authority? That's an issue for discussion. That's how we started these things. Very hard things. But at the end of it, now I think after today, when you meet your brother, Raila Odinga, will call you Your Excellency, Excellency William Samoei Arap Ruto, because of this work. And no hang-ups, and yet the work that lies ahead is equally important. Our recommendation is, because this is a negotiated document, negotiated, therefore we plead with you that the Kenya Kwanza teams in Parliament, in both houses of Parliament, be adequately guided so that we can have a fast-tracked process in order to settle this country, to be able to do the next important things. And therefore, I heard Kimani even here refer, he didn't talk when we were with Raila, he did not talk about public participation. And the reason is, you remember Kimani, one of the things we said, we must have these stakeholders. We don't want to be accused of not having had public participation. This doctrine is written in black and white in our constitution. Therefore, even if you have to do public participation of the bills, consequent bills upon the report, which has happily been adopted, we want to suggest that we do not take all the time. You can do public participation, and then you get a lot of problems coming out of it. So fast tracking it, and then and then getting the final product. We all know, for example, we do not have an IBC. The other day, I went to take part in elections for the Law Society of Kenya. And you know, I saw people wearing IEBC things. I looked at them. I said, if I was a contestant, I would take this matter to court. There is no IEBC. But they went on. These were lawyers who should know. So we don't have an IEBC. So people, Banisa, have every reason to feel aggrieved. But then I think we are able, if we fast track this thing, because even the ruling that was made by some judge in this matter did not give the timelines. Aaron kept on, actually, it's like he knew some of these judges, because you guys, you know, there's this thing in court.
March 11th, that's when the next 6 weeks weight loss challenge is starting, and it's going to run for 6.
But now we're able to move with speed and implement this. So we want to urge again, fast tracking and also having it as it is, because it's a negotiated product. We have precedents highlighting, this position. And it's not like we're in a hurry to force any situation. You know it better. This is your country, and your brother, Raila Odinga, is equally committed to this process. There will be forces, as expected, within the coalitions and outside, within parliament and outside, who may not like to have a peaceful country, and therefore may want to derail even what we have come up with. We want to ask that you use the authority given to you by law to push this thing through. I think that is what I want to say. The 5 agenda items are highlighted in the document, and I think we can now happily present the product to you. I don't know whether anybody has it. Amjen. Amjen, I was very suspicious sometimes about Amjen, but now he's a good guy. I had to send Jeremiah Kioni to look thrice at every sentence. Very good in editing. And I can tell you, we would not have even come to you if it was not for the fact we had very competent technical team. That Mudhomi, I cannot pronounce the other name. I just call him Mudhomi. It's a Tharaka name, Vionkori. I never heard of the name. He's from my neighborhood, but that is, he did very well along with Zain here and Professor Adams. From here, Your Excellency, just proceed. Just give us a final product, and the country will settle. And as I said, the difficult issues, as we speak here, their family is mourning. We could not even get a place to hold a prayer service for the killed, for the young men who lost their lives. And they had to come up to my secretariat. We pretended we can have a church service there, because the churches there would not touch us, right? And of course, the issue of Kimani was very eloquent on destroyed property and reparations. So you may have to think of a commission between you and your brother and see how best we can actually deal with this matter of grieving Kenyans. Grieving, they don't understand what happened. All they know is they lost their loved ones. And so that's a matter you consort. Principle of concurrence, discussion, concurrence, I'm sure is not a difficult one. But then finally, Kimani Ichung'wah was very kind to Raila. He actually announced to him, and I believe he was doing it, repeating what he already knows, that President William Ruto is campaigning for Raila to become the AU chairperson. This is a matter that puts all of us together as a country. And we are very proud of that situation. And so without much ado, can we now move to the next thing, Opio? Yeah, thank you. I think you can make your comments after we give you the document.
Your Excellency, you allow us to hand over the report. Then I will invite the Deputy President. We cannot invite you to speak when the Deputy President is here. We'll ask him to make brief remarks, then invite you after we hand over the report. So, Your Excellency, that is the report, and you have a look at it. And now it's my pleasure to invite the Deputy President to make brief remarks, then invite you to speak.
Your Excellency, our President, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, and members of the two teams that have been trying to come up with a document to put our country on a peaceful trajectory. Let me take this opportunity to really thank the two teams for your pragmatism, for your patience, and for the hours that you have spent to come up with a document that will bring peace and tranquility to our country. Your Excellency, I must admit that I was a bit skeptical from the beginning whether these discussions will see the light of the day. I must admit I had estimated the resilience of the Kenyan people to look for peace and tranquility, and I have since been very impressed by what has happened, and I think this is the way to go. Kenya is bigger than all of us, and we in the executive and our president are very happy to have a peaceful environment because we have a plan and a mandate with the people of Kenya that would like to execute and implement in a peaceful environment. We are therefore very happy that there is peace and tranquility in the country, and going forward, after the two houses have done justice to the report, we believe that we'll have peace forever, and never again shall we settle our political differences in the streets of Nairobi and other towns through violence, through destruction of property, through shouting at each other, but rather talking to each other for the benefit of the people of this great republic. With those very few remarks, it is now my humble duty to invite the President of the Republic of Kenya to make his remarks. Your Excellency.
The leadership of the House, led by Kimani Ichung'wah, Aaron, and members both of the committee and members of the secretariat. First, let me take this opportunity on behalf congratulate you for first accepting to undertake this weighty responsibility that we put on your shoulders